to order. The time is 5:30 p.m. in accordance with the Texas Open Meetings Act, Texas Government Code Chapter 551. This meeting is officially open with a quorum present. The following board members are present virtually, and I will now call each of their names in order of their districts to ensure that trustees are present. District 2 Trustee Toby Jackson.
Good evening, President Ramos.
All right. Thank you. Trustee Jackson is present. District 3 Trustee Quentin Phillips.
Yes, sir. Good evening, President Ramos. Q Phillips here, reporting for District 3, sir.
All righty. Thank you, Trustee Phillips. District 4 Trustee Daphne Brookins.
Good evening, President Ramos. This is Daphne Brookins representing District 4.
Okay. Thank you, Trustee Brookins. District 5 Trustee CJ Evans. I think Trustee Evans will be joining us later. District 6 Trustee Andar.
Good evening, President Ramos. This is Ann Dar representing District 6.
All right. Thank you, Trustee Dar. Next, we have District 7 Trustee Norman Robbins.
Good evening, President Ramos. This is Norman Robbins representing District 7.
Thank you, Trustee Robbins. District 8 Trustee Anael Luevanos. I believe Trustee Luevanos will join us later as well. District 9 Trustee Ashley Paz.
Ashley Paz, present, representing District 9. Thank you, President Ramos.
Okay, thank you, Trustee Paz. And I am District 1 Trustee Jacinto Ramos Jr., and I am present. On March 16, 2020, Governor Abbott temporarily suspended certain open meetings requirements imposed by the Open Meetings Act to slow the spread of COVID-19. This action permits meetings subject to the Open Meetings Act to be hosted by telephone or video conference. This meeting is being broadcasted live via Spectrum Channel 192 on Charter, and the Fort Worth ISD live channel on YouTube, and a link provided in the agenda. In accordance with those suspended rules, we certify the following. Notice of this meeting has been posted for at least 72 hours. Although members of the board are not gathered in a central physical location, we do have a quorum in attendance at this meeting by video conference or telephone call. We are meeting by use of Zoom software application, which allows two-way communication for members of the public. As we would at any in-person meeting, members of the public who have followed the instructions on the meeting notice for registering to speak during the public comment portion will be unmuted for 3 minutes to speak. All other meeting procedures will adhere to board adopted procedures to the extent practicable. An audio recording of this meeting is being made and will be available to the public at a later date. We apologize in advance for any unforeseeable difficulties and ask for your patience as we navigate unprecedented conditions. If you have questions about these suspended laws, please call the Office of the Attorney General at 888-672-6787 or by email at toma@oag.texas.gov. I will note Trustee Luevanos has joined us. I see him on the screen as well. We will now move to our pledges, which will be led by Mr. Clint Bond.
Thank you, President Ramos. If you would join with me, please. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Honor the Texas flag. I pledge allegiance to thee, Texas, one state, under God, one and indivisible.
Thank you, Mr. Bond. And also for our minutes, noting that Trustee Evans has also joined us at our meeting. We will move on to public comment. Let me remind you that because of the restrictions by the Texas Open Meetings Act, board members may not engage in a verbal exchange about a subject that has not been posted. We will listen and take notes, but the board is prohibited from responding to any inquiries made during a board meeting on any topic not posted on the agenda. However, the board may reply with 1, a statement of specific factual information given in response to the inquiry, 2, recitation of existing policy in response to the inquiry, or 3, direct a person to visit with staff about the issue. While the board listens to concerns of a general nature, speakers should refrain from mentioning names of individual employees or public officers during their comments. Any employee, parent, or other member of the public is asked to comply with the appropriate grievance policy to have a complaint heard pursuant to the applicable board policy. No presentation may exceed 3 minutes unless the speaker has prior approval for additional time because of the use of a translator. Speakers who require the assistance of a translator are permitted double the allotted time of speakers who do not require the assistance of a translator. Furthermore, a speaker may not relinquish his or her time to another speaker. I ask that you please observe these rules for the purpose of effectively accomplishing the business of the meeting in a timely manner. Because we are utilizing an online platform, all speakers will be announced to speak in the order they signed up. Mr. Clint Bond will announce the speaker's name, and at that time, his or her microphone will be unmuted for 3 minutes. Before making your comment, please state your name and then proceed with your comment. At the end of the 3 minutes, your microphone will be muted. Mr. Bond, would you please call on our first speaker for the evening?
Yes, President Ramos, our first speaker this evening is Kip Wright. Mr. Wright, are you ready?
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes, you may begin, sir.
Thank you, sir. Good evening. It is an honor to speak to the Fort Worth ISD Board of Education. I appreciate your hard work and professionalism, and I thank you for your dedication. The subject of my comment is the closure of the International Newcomer Academy. I taught at INA from 2012 to 2016, and INA is an incredible school. It provides for the vital needs of a vulnerable, at-risk group of students. You can imagine my shock and amazement when I heard that the board had voted to close the school, especially since there is no plan in place for taking care of these children. INA is the gateway to America for Fort Worth's newest students. It is staffed with dedicated and highly trained ESL teachers and administrators. They work with a very unique group of students who've just arrived in the U.S., immigrants and refugee children. They speak no English and they are many times illiterate in their own native language. INA teachers provide them with basic English foundation and teach them life skills which are necessary to cope in their new world. INA is irreplaceable. So I believe the decision to close INA was a big mistake. The children of INA come from regions in strife. They're victims of war, racism, ethnic cleansing, and extreme poverty. Many have seen violence. Some INA students fled Sudan, Congo, and Liberia rather than become child soldiers. Some witnessed genocide in Bosnia, Bhutan, and Myanmar. Can you imagine pushing these non-English speaking children immediately into regular Fort Worth ISD schools? I believe the main problem is that when the board voted to close INA, there was no plan in place to take care of these children. Was district ESL staff consulted on this decision? Did anyone talk to the teachers? As I understand, no. With no plans or consultations, the board made a decision that will adversely affect the level of services received by INA students and their families. There should have been a plan for these children before the decision was made to close their school. In the Fort Worth Star-Telegram article about your last board meeting, the school building closure was mentioned, the relocation of the Applied Academy was mentioned, but there was no mention of the INA kids. Are INA kids invisible? I believe 3 things should have been considered before closing INA. First, it is a unique school with a unique student body that has special needs found nowhere else in Fort Worth ISD. Second, these students receive an ESL education like no other in Fort Worth ISD. They are taught life skills as well as academics because they must know how to survive in the modern world. And finally, as a result of a dedicated staff and focused community effort, INA families, none of whom speak English, receive unprecedented support. Fort Worth Neighborhood Partners provide a huge amount of support to these families. INA works with the community to assist with clothing, food staples, and other essentials. It's more than just a school.
Mr. Wright, your time has expired. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Our next speaker will be Steve Prismus. Mr. Prismus, are you ready?
Yes, I am.
You may begin, sir.
All right. Good evening, everyone. I'm Dr. Steve Prismus. I'm an assistant professor of bilingual education at the College of Education at TCU. Thank you for this opportunity. I just want to start off by speaking from a dad's point of view. I have 2 daughters in Fort Worth ISD, and I want to thank you all, the board and the district, for your purposeful decisions this year in an unprecedented year in the best needs of students and families. I too want to talk about the International Newcomers Academy and decisions for the best needs of those students and their families. And I just want to start by saying when I interviewed to be a professor at TCU in the spring of 2016, there were 2 INA faculty members in my interview at TCU. That was a direct message to me that if I'm to get this job, I'm going to need to continue a long-standing relationship between our college and INA. And indeed, I've done that. Through professional development this past fall, all INA teachers and my pre-service teachers at TCU read Zaretta Hammond's Culturally Responsive Teaching in the Brain. Through advocacy, I have worked with INA to knock on doors at Ladera Palms apartment complex and invite newly arrived families to back to school boot camps. Through professional development and teaching and research, I've conducted research on bilingual special education with INA faculty, which is getting a lot of attention nationally for its innovative approach. But I'm not alone. And even though I don't speak on behalf of the College of Education tonight, off the top of my head, I can think of 12 professors that have integrated in their service, their teaching, and their scholarship INA in some way. And that's over 1/3 of the faculty of the College of Education. And when I reflect upon why that might be, I think it's the unique structure of INA. Immediately, a family, a community is created for students and their families. It's a one-stop shop of support. Es un centro de cariño y conocimiento. And I really hope that the district and the board can find an innovative way for that to continue in the future. I know our collaborations will continue, but I really want to see them flourish through the same communities of practice and community support that they have since I've been here and long before me. Thank you for your attention tonight.
Our next speaker will be Catherine Lemons. Ms. Lemons, are you there?
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes, we can. You may begin.
All right, my name is Catherine Lemons, and I've been teaching at the International Newcomer Academy since 2002. What have I seen in 19 years at INA? I've seen a parent liaison expand our parent center, a closed closet, a food pantry. I've seen trauma specialists provide small group support, art therapy, mentors. I've seen Link Crew leaders grow into leaders and performing at the district convocation. I've seen student council students participation in United Voices for Change, Fort Worth After School program providing extended learning and extended enrichment, summer enrichment programs, student community service at the food bank, community cleanup. I've seen academic field trips to TCU, Tarleton Outdoor Learning Center, Bass Hall, Kimball Art Museum, cultural celebrations, showcasing their unique food, our students' unique food dance stories. I've seen INA clubs, spelling bees, field days, talent shows, award ceremonies, graduations, and scholarships. Most importantly, you see, I've seen the academics. At INA, English is taught through our content, through grade level content. Due to progressive curriculum changes designed to reflect the best practices shared by the ESL community, statewide and nationwide, our school has earned its place as a lighthouse school. A lighthouse school is a model in which the whole school is highly trained in implementing the QTEL strategies. INA has gained a reputation for practicing innovative strategies known to support rigorous instruction for English language learners. In addition, we've designed a program to meet the needs of our students who arrive pre-literate or illiterate in their first language. These students receive a year of intense, deliberate instruction in reading, writing, and math, along with electives to prepare them for a second year at INA. The administrators, teachers, and staff have always known education is much more than academics. Everything I've stated is focused on one cohesive objective. How can we best take care of the needs of our newcomer students, their academics, their families, enrichment, assimilation, social and emotional well-being? The one thing which has allowed all these exceptional experiences and improvements to happen is continuity, coherence, and the dedication of an entire school community. Without the coherence of our school, our newcomer students would never have the experiences described. If that continuity is broken, severed from its whole, the support and integrity will be broken. The division of International Newcomer Academy would only result in a disparate, diluted program. Our recent immigrants and refugees will no longer be allowed to experience the security of learning in an environment solely designed for them, giving them multiple opportunities for growth and acclimation and success. I'm pleading with you to keep our school together, to continue our work as a unified school. Thank you for your time.
Our next speaker will be Suzanne Clontz. Ms. Clontz, are you there?
Yes, I am.
You may begin, ma'am.
As former ESL director, I'm here in behalf of the International Newcomer Academy, or INA campus. My asks are: 1, to maintain the campus at a single location; 2, provide adequate staffing for the multiple grade levels and contents and courses offered; and 3, continue district support going forward. This school, and it is a school, was begun in response to growing numbers of immigrant and refugee students in Fort Worth ISD. Campus administrators and teachers were not prepared for the unique needs of students who arrived without English skills and who were required to take grade level courses and graduate along with their English speaking peers. A program for these students in middle and high school was created in 1983, instructing students on traditional campuses with specialized teachers in intensive English. A standalone school was considered but rejected due to concerns of isolation from their peers. The model was reviewed, and in 93, a campus for newcomers was established following comprehensive district planning and committee inputs. The concerns about segregation was determined to be less of a factor than focused specialized instruction of this unique student population for a short time frame, and then integration onto a campus with teachers trained to support them. Many of the students in the campus-based programs complain that their teachers and peers on a traditional campus treat them differently. Some were not allowed to participate in extracurricular activities, events such as dances and homecoming. These concerns led to an understanding that isolation is not a function of location, but can occur even when a program is located in the heart of a host school. From my own experience in trying to maintain a campus program where the needs of this particular group of students was often, unfortunately, mismanaged by poor scheduling, instruction by teachers with little to no preparation, teachers who are forced to teach multiple classes and grade levels in multiple preps, and focus of administrations concerned with metrics over student needs. Campuses were simply overwhelmed by the numbers and the needs. I want to say that Fort Worth ISD has amazing teachers and counselors and administrators who most campuses to serve their students in a way that prepares them for success. When I left, INA was well on its way to becoming a lab school, already a partner with QTEL, already a partner with TCU, already a stopping point for visitors across the world, producing teachers who exhibit the experience and knowledge gained from working in such a unique place, a magic place. Since then, we've experienced an immigration, unfriendly government administration, and a global pandemic. These issues are resolving. The students will return. The current small numbers.
Responsive time has expired. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Our next speaker will be Mariam Al-Alak. Are you there?
Hello?
Hello, Mariam Al-Alak, you may begin.
Yes, good evening, everyone. It is my privilege to speak at the Board of Education meeting for Fort Worth ISD. I'm speaking on behalf of the closure of INA High School. Well, 12 years ago, I was one of the students for INA. My sister and I went to INA 12 years ago with no English, with not even knowing what how are you means. INA taught us how to speak English, how to write English, how to read English. Without INA teachers, I would not be the same person I am today. INA is one of the best schools I ever enrolled since I came to United States. It's very important, INA, to keep INA. Do not divide INA school, please, because INA goals, the goals of the International Newcomer Academy are to orient students to U.S. schools, also to develop basic communicative and written English, to continue develop knowledge and skills in core continent area subjects. Also, I love the American ministers, one of the American minister quote, Martin Luther King, life's most persistent and urgent question is, what are you doing for others? It's an amazing quote. Well, INA has done an amazing and excellent job for every single student. I was one of them. They help families families feel safe sending their students to INA, especially as the immigrant and refugees. Immigrant and refugees come to a new country, a new language, a new culture, new traditions. Without INA, we can't make it. And I was honored, and I'm still honored to be a student at INA. I will never forget each step they teach us, the alphabetical order, everything from zero to endless education. I would not be the same person I am without INA. Teachers supports the students and their families as well. They never leave students alone. There are so many skills at INA. INA, it's the first, it's like they teach baby steps for immigrants and refugees, knowing no English before they sending them to the home school, to a new school, a new journey. INA is an excellent school at Fort Worth ISD. I appreciate each one of them. And until now, I moved to new schools, now graduating.
Thank you, ma'am. Your time has expired.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for your time.
Our next speaker will be Faya Alatras. Are you there? Faya Alatras. We'll move to the next
I am
speaker.
here. I am here, actually. Sorry,
Okay.
it was muted. Okay, can you hear me now?
Yes, you may begin.
Okay, good afternoon, and thank you for the opportunity. My name is Fayha Al-Atrash. I am the Community and Parents Coordinator at INA. 12 years ago, I joined INA school to support students and their families to start their journey in a new world. At that time, I thought my duty would be to just call parents, schedule parents conferences, and these normal things. I had no idea what I have put myself into at that time. It was a journey I will never forget. I quickly discovered that INA is not only a school, it is a family center, it is a lifeline, a home away from home for students and their families. My INA journey has changed my life. My daily agenda is never the same. I walk to my office every morning, not knowing what to expect and what is waiting for me. I am an immigrant myself. My husband and I moved to the United States from Syria 36 years ago with 3 children. At that time, they were 12, 11, and 9. We started our journey in the United States, and I know from fact the challenges and all the difficulties for an immigrant to start in a new world and a new life. Without a school like INA, we did not have that privilege. My children, when they went to school, they didn't have that privilege, and I know how tough it can be. I am here today to ask you, to request, to appeal to you, ladies and gentlemen, please keep INA as one school, one unit. It is a family lifeline. It is a family center. We all cater for the families. I have the privilege of working with community partners who believe in, sorry, what happened? Can you still hear me? Okay. They believe in our mission, and they have been supported INA with literally hundreds of thousands every year to make sure that INA students and their families are well taken care of. Their generosity helps us to provide services would be impossible otherwise. We have food pantry, we have furniture place, we have clothes, we have household appliances. I have been paying rent and utilities all year long because of the coronavirus pandemic and what's happening in the world. And we provide gift cards for families to go and buy what they need if they don't. And that is all thanks to the community we live in, because they see what we see, they see our mission, they see what we do.
Thank you, Ms. Alatras. Your time has expired.
Thank you for your time.
Our next speaker will be Whitney Peters. Ms. Peters, are you there? Whitney Peters. One more time for Whitney Peters.
Yes, good evening. My name is Whitney Peters, and I am a sixth grade teacher at INA, a team leader and a QTEL campus coach. Thank you for your time, especially during such a difficult past week and year. As an INA educator, I realize I need to advocate, not just to the community, but also to our district even more than I have. I'm learning we need to educate our district more about INA and our city's newcomers, to share more about the long-term process it takes to develop expert newcomer teachers, the journey this community has taken over the past 26 years to develop a distinctive culture with high expectations and high levels of support for our students. Whenever a new teacher begins the apprenticeship journey at INA, I always hear, "Oh, wow, I didn't realize how much knowledge, work, and learning it takes to teach these students." The community of INA has spent so many years generating deep expertise and developing into a model school. So it is shocking and confusing that our district is deciding to spend about a mere month trying to gather ideas to rushedly change and divide our school. During last month's board meeting, several misunderstandings were stated about INA. This has been an ongoing problem. We are often forgotten about in various forms of district communication, or we are lumped in as a regular school, or most recently labeled a program. Our district communicates about other specialized schools effectively and consistently. Very few in leadership have taken the time to deeply learn about INA. Meanwhile, people outside of their district and outside of Texas continually visit INA as a showcase school for newcomers. During the redistricting changes, it feels like intentional plans were made to prepare other schools and programs for the transition, and yet hardly anything was considered or planned for our specialized school until after the fact and after our community began speaking out. Now what is being called redesign groups are being formed, even though we were told no final decisions were made yet. Please, Fort Worth leadership, relocate and maintain our effective network and culture before what is invested into our school, into these immigrant and refugee young people, is short-sightedly broken apart. Thank you all.
Our next speaker will be Mahika Jangiani. Are you there?
Yes, I'm here.
You may begin.
My name is Mahika Jangiani, and I'm the 6th and 7th grade social studies teacher at International Newcomer Academy. This is my second year teaching, both of which have been at INA. Most of my first year, I battled a severe case of imposter syndrome. While I knew I would be working with newcomer English learners, I could not fully imagine what that would entail. And similarly, I don't expect anyone who has not spent at least a full day at our campus to understand what exactly we do. August 2019, I stood bright-eyed and bushy-tailed in front of a diverse classroom. I naively started by asking them to put name, date, and period at the top of their paper and was met with blank stares. Later that week, I was practically doing the head, shoulders, knees, and toes dance, trying to explain our school's dress code. The first time I had to collect Telpas writing samples, one student wrote spaghetti, beef, strawberries, and Gucci belt. While I felt extremely unqualified to lead a classroom of English learners, my colleagues who are well-versed in the specific academic and social emotional needs of our students taught me about trauma-informed pedagogy, culturally relevant teaching, and making the Fort Worth ISD curriculum accessible through QTEL. Our students went from writing spaghetti, beef, strawberries, and Gucci belt to speaking and writing about complex social studies concepts in English. The future revolutionaries are sitting in my class. The ideas are there, and the strategies from QTEL make it possible for them to access and express it in English. We aspire to develop the foundational skills for them to work towards the better future their families came here in search of. I had a lot to learn, but I was in community the entire time. Community became even more important during the pandemic. INA continues to provide wraparound supports which are specific to our student population, including but not limited to furniture, warm clothes for their first Texas winter, counselors to work through trauma, rent and utilities assistance, regular home visits, and more. Our impact goes beyond the classroom, especially at INA. Activist and educator Bell Hooks says that one of the most vital ways we sustain ourselves is by building communities of resistance, places where we know we are not alone. And that is exactly what we do. Last summer, I was pleasantly surprised by the audacious commitments made by Fort Worth ISD towards equity and anti-racism. But haphazardly changing the structure of our school inherently contradicts those commitments. The decision to evict us from our campus without our input undermines our students' and families' voices. While I speak to y'all today, frustrated by the countless systemic injustices our students already face and will face during their time in Fort Worth ISD, I implore you all to think critically about the ways in which the upcoming decisions will perpetuate the inequities that you committed to dismantle. Thank you.
Our next speaker will be Kathleen Powderly. If you're there, you may begin.
Good evening. My name is Kathleen Powderly, and I am a pediatrician in Fort Worth, and I have a son who is a junior at Pascal High School. I'm talking to you today again about the escalating mental health crisis that we're continuing to face in our community. In January, we had 40 children admitted to Cook Children's Hospital with a suicide attempt. That was double what we had last January. And unfortunately, that was the most that we've ever had in the 6 years that we've been tracking this data. That is not to include people who came to the emergency room who were sent off to another hospital. It's not to include all of the patients that we see in clinic that are having more and more mental health crisis in our high school and middle age population. Like I've spoken to you all before, if we don't address things like hunger, like housing, like safety, like health, including mental health, then academic excellence doesn't mean anything and it cannot be achieved. I want you all to think that, have you ever stopped to think about when we allowed kids to finally go back to high school in December full time, why so few came back? People should like to come back. Yes, there were some that were concerned about illness, but by far what I have seen is this total social disconnect. They have been isolated. They were so few in classes that the teachers are now teaching to the computer, so that even if you are in class, the lesson goes to the computer for the most part, and there's this total isolation. This has led to absences, failures, and an overall apathy to education, which I think is the worst thing that we have seen. We have actually received as parents more information about absence recovery than I have about how to engage my kid and how to help my kid with stress. We need to address these mental health issues. As I have said before, we need PQR training for our teachers so they can address potential suicide attempts. We need a PR campaign from the district, school, and teacher level to get kids back in school. We need to allow kids to start congregating together in a safe way in before and after school, to have tutors and private lessons instructors come in. We need to engage our kids. If we continue to do this, there's not going to be a switch that we can just flip on and they're going to come back and they're going to be okay. So I know we have a mental health awareness week coming up. We need more than a week. We need a plan, because if not, we are going to
Dr. Powderly, your time has expired. Thank you.
Thank you all so much. Have a good.
Our next two speakers will require the assistance of an interpreter. Therefore, each speaker will be given 6 minutes instead of 3. The next speaker is Mariuni Flores, and the interpreter will be Olga Spinelli. You may begin.
Señora Luna Flores.
Ms. Flores, are you there?
Señora Luna Flores, ya puede comenzar.
One more time for Ms. Flores.
Señora Luna Flores.
Y puede prender su micrófono también.
Señora Luna Flores, a lo mejor no tiene activado su micrófono.
Could someone explain how to unmute?
Lo que tiene que hacer es que del lado izquierdo En el ángulo inferior izquierdo hay un micrófono pequeñito que dice mute, mute. Nada más hágale a clic ahí y se puede escuchar, la podemos escuchar si es que usted nos está escuchando. Señora Luna Flores? I think she's not here.
You're
Okay,
showing that he's not on there. We can move on to the next one.
Thank you. Our next speaker will be Ali Al-Rahal, and the interpreter will be Nada Aref.
Yes, sir, I'm here.
You may begin.
أول شيء شكرا جزيلا لاستضافتكم لنا، وشكرا جزيلا. أول شيء أنا حديثي أنا بعتذر لأنه بالعربي، بس في شغلة. أنا طفلتي اللي هي كانت بالINA هي اسمها عهد رحال. أول شيء طلعنا نحن، صارت الحرب بسوريا بال2011 وهي ما دخلت المدرسة بنوم، وأجت على الINA ما بتعرف تكتب اسمها لا بالإنجليزي ولا بالعربي، وكتير ساعدونا، كتير ساعدونا الآنسات والأساتذة والقائمين على الINA. هي الINA كانت كجسر لأطفالنا من الظلام إلى النور. عرفت علي كيف أستاذ؟ بقى يعني بليز إنه تضل الINA هي عم تساعد أطفالنا اللاجئين، لأنه عم يجوا على أمريكا، وقت عم يجوا على أمريكا ما عم يعرفوا إنجليزي، وكثير من الأطفال بسبب الحروب اللي صايرة بكافة يعني بمعظم الدول هن ما عم يدخلوا مدارس ولا حتى عم يتعلموا. بقى بنشكركم جزيلا لمساعدتنا ومساعدة أطفالنا، وحتى الINA بس ما عم تقدم مساعدات بس للأطفال، حتى عم تقدم مساعدات للأهالي. أي شيء بنعتازه بنقول للإدارة تبع الINA أي شيء بيحسنوا يساعدونا فيه عم يساعدونا، بغض النظر عن التعليم عم يساعدونا بكثير أشياء كمحتاجات البيت، محتاجات الألبسة الأطفال، محتاجات أي شيء عم يساعدوا اللاجئين عامة. وهي الINA عم تطالع الأطفال، يعني عم يجوا ما عم يعرفوا يكتبوا اسمهم لا بالإنجليزي. أنا طفلتي أجت الصراحة على أمريكا هي ما دخلت بأي مدرسة بسوريا، ما دخلت، لأنه أول ما صار وقتها بالمدرسة كان في عنا حرب وما دخلت المدرسة. أجت لهون لا بتعرف تكتب اسمها لا بالعربي ولا بالإنجليزي. وشكرا جزيلا للآنسات اللي علموها تكتب، وهلأ هي ما شاء الله هي هاي سكول وشاطرة كتير الحمد لله. هذا الفضل كله للي عاملين بالINA، للي بذلوا جهودهم لهي عفوا لهي الأطفال لتطلع من الظلام حقا من الظلام إلى النور. يعني هي الدرج الأول بتعليم أطفالنا هي الINA. يعني قلت لك هي الجسر اللي عم تعبر أطفالنا من الظلام إلى النور. عرفت كيف علي أستاذ؟ وشكرا جزيلا لكم. يعني نحن كافة اللاجئين من كافة الدول العالم اللي عم يجوا على أمريكا هن كبار وصغار ما بيعرفوا إنجليزي ولا بيعرفوا يكتبوا إنجليزي. الINA عم تحطهم على الدرب الصح، عم تعلمهم ABCD وعم تعلمهم كل شيء. هاي عهد جنبي، يعني هي حابة تحكي إنه تشكر الأساتذة والآنسات وكل شيء ساعدها بالINA.
أنا بشكر كل الآنسات والأساتذة بالINA ساعدوني كثير، و I thank them so much for helping me and for making me achieve my goal and then be a better student and then learn English. And I thank them so much. Thank you.
حقيقة أنا ما كنت مصدق أطفالي إنه يعرفوا يحكوا إنجليزي. أنا كنت أحلم إنه يحكوا إنجليزي، وهي الصراحة هي الINA هي اللي ساعدتهم بكل شيء، بالتعليم، بالانطلاق إلى الحياة، بالتعرف إلى الأصدقاء، بمحادثة الأصدقاء، بكيف يتعاملوا مع المدارس، بالشارع، بالمول، بأي مكان. يعني هي الاي ان اي هي المنبر النور لهالاطفال. هي منبر النور لهالاطفال. مو بس هي ساعدت اطفالي، ساعدت كثير من الاطفال الصراحه. يعني انا اي شيء كان بدي اياه كانوا يقولوا لي مثلا تعال لعنا، في ناس تحكي عربي بالاي ان اي، في ناس بتحكي انجليزي، بترجموا لي بفهموا لي شو في عند اطفالي تقصير، مشان انا اساعدهم وهن عم يساعدوا اطفالي. وانا كثير 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 بتشكر العاملين بالاي ان اي والانسات والاساتذه، لانه الصراحه هن اللي خلوا اطفالنا ينطلقوا في هذا البلد. وهذا عفوا هذا بلدنا الجديد. يعني نحن بلادنا صار فيها حروب وما قدموا لاطفالنا، يعني صارت حروب وما تقدم لاطفالنا لا علم ولا شيء. وهي الاي ان اي اللي اطلقت اطفالنا لهذا البلد اللي نحن فيه هو بلدنا. عرفت علي كيف استاذ؟ وبشكركم جزيل الشكر، وبشكر اللي عاملين في الاي ان اي. يعني هي ساعدت في ناس كثير كثير غير اللي مثلا ببلاد ثانيه ما عندهم مدارس بنوب، عم يجوا لهون ما بيعرفوا لا يقروا ولا يكتبوا. الاي ان اي عم تخليهم يتعلموا من الصفر وينطلقوا الى القمه. الصراحه ناس عم تصير دكاتره، ناس عم تصير اساتذه، ناس عم تصير مهندسين. يعني الصراحه الجهود اللي قامت فيها الاي ان اي وما زالت قائمه، جهود تشكر عليها جزيل الشكر الصراحه. يعني نحن اللاجئين شو بنعملنا نحن او شو من قدمنا لاي ان اي، فنحن مقصرين، لانه هي الصراحه.
I'm sorry, but the time has expired. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you for.
The next speaker will be Susan Alcala. If you're available and ready, you may speak. You may begin.
So do you want me to translate what happened, sir, or in the end?
The total amount of time that is allotted when there is a translator is 6 minutes, and all of that time was used.
Okay, all right, thank you.
Yes, I'm here. Good evening, everyone. I am Susan Alcala, a 21-year veteran algebra teacher of INA. I'm here this evening to say why International Newcomer Academy should stay as one school. Just imagine how you felt during that whole speech that that young gentleman did. How much of it did you understand? Probably not too much. That's how our students feel when they first come into our school and we teach them with English. The idea of a program of immigrants or refugees was born in 1983 and began as a program within schools. 10 years later, the program was reevaluated. It was concluded that the format was not working. Students felt alienated and did not partake in extracurricular activities. In 1993, the solution to the failed model was the creation of INA. The school population fluctuated and still fluctuates according to political conditions. Regardless of country of origin, the need of immigrant students and refugees are still the same. The right instruction and guidance, the kind INA provides. Our school gives the necessary time the students and families need to assimilate and get accustomed to their new surroundings. Students being in INA makes them not feel overlooked because they are all reaching for that same goal, which is the acquisition of English and assimilation of a U.S. school system. I invite the board members and Superintendent Scribner to come and see what being a dragon for a school day is about and why it's important to stay as one school in a community of Fort Worth, Texas, as we have been for the last 28 years. The teacher to student ratio that is ideal for ELs is 12:1, while not equal to the overall district ratio. A low ratio is needed to meet INA students above average needs in the same way the 25:1 ratio meets the needs of traditional students. This is equitable and what we should strive for. The price of making sure these students have a bright future should outweigh the cost it takes to run INA as one school. So let me ask, how are the specialized needs of our students any less than those students in schools of choice? Notice I reference schools of choice, not programs of choice. Would a math teacher teach a culinary class as efficiently as a culinary instructor because they know fractions, which are used in recipes? The teachers of INA are specialized in ESL and QTEL, not just certified in ESL. There are not enough INA teachers to be spread among different schools to keep the program viable and as effective as it is now. A Fort Worth ISD West Ed study, ELOTE, tracked students that were at INA in 2010 when QTEL started and saw that the percentage of students graduating increased. This shows that our school works when staffed with adequate resources. If INA is split among
Thank you. Your time has expired.
Thank you.
Our next speaker will be Allison Ricks. Ms. Ricks, are you there?
President Ramos, if I may, just for a quick moment, sir. I wanted to know if we would be able to possibly get some translation from that previous gentleman. I think that was more of our error than it was his, because I was waiting, for the translation aspect to kick in, not being aware myself that his time limit was going to be expired. So I'm not sure if he's still on or if it's interpreted, but it would be nice to be able to hear exactly what he was saying, if possible, sir.
Yeah, Mr. Bond, if you would please check. I myself would also, and I'd hope that my colleagues would at least want to hear a synopsis, if not a brief interpretation of what he said.
I'll ask Dr. Coleman if that person is still on the line.
Yes, Nada Arif, if you can unmute your mic.
Primarily for the interpreter.
Yes.
I believe that the interpreter captured.
Yes.
Can you hear me right now? I'm gonna conclude what he said. He said at the beginning, thank you for everyone for allowing me to talk today. Today I need to share with you guys what happened, what was my experience with my daughter. My daughter came here to USA. She couldn't be able to say her name, write her name in Arabic, in English, or any language. When she came to the INA, they taught her everything. She taught her how to interact with this community, with this place. She knows right now how to deal with everything. And I really appreciate all the service they give it to her and all the kids, not her only, everyone around us. This place is really a blessing for everyone. Most of the refugee people who came right here to this place when they attend the INA, they helped them a lot, not only with the language, with everything, food, dress, communication. They supported us in everything. Without this place, I don't know exactly how we're gonna be in this place or this country. Right now, this country is our home. We're not stranger anymore because of this place. I really appreciate them. I really appreciate them in my life. Even my daughter, right now, she's in high school. She's one of the best kids. She knows exactly what she's doing. She has a future in her life because of this place. And I think this is not for her only. This is for all the kids attending this school, because they really know exactly what they are doing. They know exactly how to help the refugee, the people who came from stranger country, from war, from bad places, to be able to survive in this country and to live as a good resident. We really appreciate this place. All the teachers, they are helpful. All the counselor, everyone in this place really is a blessing for us. We cannot imagine our life in this country without this place. And I really, really thank all of them. I thank all the teachers, all the people who work in that place, because they made a big difference in our life. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, Mr. Ramos, our next speaker would be Allison Ricks. If you're ready, Ms. Ricks, you may begin.
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay, thank you for your time and your willingness to listen. My name is Allison Ricks, and I have been a community partner of INA since 2016. And I'm also currently serving on the board of directors for Catholic Charities Fort Worth, which helps with the refugee resettlement. While INA's numbers fluctuate, enrollment dropped during the Trump administration, which reduced the number of refugees and thus students in the country and at INA. With the new administration, we expect those numbers to get back to previous levels, which I checked today with Catholic Charities. We expect 10 times the number of refugees to be coming once we get back to the normal levels. These are students that would typically go to INA. The question is, will the other campuses be able to manage if they receive 10 times more non-English speaking students? How will they help those students acclimate? The front page of the Fort Worth Star-Telegram on Sunday spoke of the challenges of our non-English speaking students and the dangers of them falling behind. INA was not mentioned in this article. So if the students who are currently in the mainstream Fort Worth ISD programs are falling behind, how are we going to be able to assist that many more non-English speaking students if we put them in mainstream schools? How will they manage that many more who are speaking more than 30 different languages? I don't know that many teachers are going to be able to adapt to that many students speaking that many different languages. These children have been traumatized. Many have never stepped foot in a school and cannot write their names in their own language, much less English. We owe it to these kids to give them the best odds of success in our country. The effects of not doing so are disastrous. We have community partners who are in the Fort Worth Police Department, and they say they would rather help these kids in school than help them on the street. We do not help them become literate members of our society. We are setting them up for a life of poverty and all the social ills and burdens that come with it. We can invest in them now at INA and help them for a year or two, or we can pay for it for generations to come. INA is an investment that will pay off in dividends for Fort Worth's future and has long-term community benefits. You've heard from students and teachers today who have talked of what these students can become if only they can learn our language. It is not only the right and moral thing to do, but it makes fiscal sense because of the long-term benefits to the community. These students have been evicted from their countries. They worry about eviction from their homes. Let's not evict them from their school. We are asking to please find a way to keep INA intact. Thank you.
Our next speaker will be Miranda Wakefield. Ms. Wakefield, are you there?
I'm here.
You may begin.
My name is Miranda Wakefield. I have served for 16 years as a medical case manager in the DFW community and other regions throughout the country. It is my privilege to be here today to advocate for the INA as a lifelong citizen of Fort Worth, as a nursing student from the University of Texas at Arlington, as well as a social work student from the Tarleton State University. As a professional who understands diverse populations, I can attest to the value that INA brings to our community. First, let us consider the population they serve. The INA exclusively addresses the social and educational needs of immigrant and refugee children. This population is disproportionately disadvantaged. Not only do they suffer low socioeconomic standing and speak languages other than English, but statistically, over 90% have suffered trauma in their native countries and or during migration. Now, we all understand and can agree that educating native-born children is a difficult task. Educating impoverished, hungry children is even more difficult, but educating non-English speaking and pre-literate children who are poverty-stricken, hungry, and likely to have experienced trauma is a task that we cannot begin to understand. However, the educators and administrators at the INA do understand this task, and they're highly effective in their approach. As a social work student, I worked 2 years at the INA with the students, their educators, and community coordinator, Ms. Alatrash. Their ability to advance human rights and promote social justice is truly amazing, to say the least. It's no coincidence that Ms. Alatrash received the Hometown Hero Award last year. This school is unrivaled in Texas. Now, regardless of political policy or preferences, the fact remains that we have a moral and legal obligation to educate these children. With or without the mentorship of INA, these students and their families will still integrate into the Fort Worth community. INA and all the community partners are creating opportunity for prosperous assimilations. Their success directly affects the safety, economics, and the morale of our shared Fort Worth community. In addition to the well-being of these children, students like myself have depended on the INA for many years to acquire our education. All the local universities depend on the INA to develop our professional skills in public settings. So with nearly 30 years of service, INA is an irreplaceable part of our culture here in Fort Worth. Splitting them into different schools will undoubtedly devalue the program. All human beings have an innate need for a sense of community. So the INA students, the college campuses in DFW, and the Fort Worth community needs the INA. We beg you not to displace them. Thank you for your time.
The next speaker will be John Castleberry. Mr. Castleberry, you may begin. John Castleberry.
Okay, I'm with you now. Thank you for giving me a few minutes here. I was a teacher for 4th to 5th grade for 12 years, and I know that the school counselor tries to visit each classroom once a month. I have been searching the website, but I cannot find the en route objectives for each visit, nor can I find the terminal objective. I do understand that you, the school board, does not deal with these specific matters. I do, however, want to put it in the public domain that I'm going to try to work with the student service director in order for the curriculum of the school counselor to be easily accessible on the website, so that the parents in the Fort Worth residents are able to access the contents of the school counselor's curriculum. The district does a great job in being transparent with the objectives of core subject. I would like the same to be done with the school counseling objective. Thanks again for allowing me to put this in the public discourse.
Next speaker will be Bobby Steed. If you're ready, you may begin. Bobby Steed. Bobby Steed, are you there?
Yes, I'm here. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you. Just speak up a little bit. You're a little low.
Okay.
You may begin.
Sorry?
You may begin.
Oh, thank you. Well, thank you very much for this opportunity. I am not privy to the motivation behind the split up the INA. So I'm just guessing that it's an economic one. And so what I'm saying is based on that assumption. But saving a few bucks here only means that that money's going to be spent elsewhere. So my question would be, how are we measuring the cost of human beings, of families, for generation after generation to come? And we should ask ourselves, are we setting families on a course of sustainment, success, achievement, and self-sufficiency? Or alternatively, are we leading generations to dependency and poverty? You know, I've gotten to know some of these children in the INA, and I have become friends with their families, and I have sat in their homes and talked to them, and I've helped them move from one apartment to find a better apartment. I've shared meals with them, and I've shared church pews with them, and I've tutored the children to help them learn to read English. And I'm going to tell you, they are eager to learn. And I have seen the hope in their eyes, a very big hope that finally they have a chance, whatever they've come out of. But now, is it going to be taken away? I mean, the INA should be looked upon and studied by other urban centers as a good way to serve our immigrant population. Though I'm sure that it's cost prohibitive to start a school like this from scratch. But in the INA, we already have a very successful school. So why are we thinking of letting it slip away? I don't understand that. I fear that if we do, we're going to look back with great regret and then not have enough money to restart it. Hey, folks, you know, I'm going to die one of these days, and you will too. That's a fact. We can't avoid it. So each of us are destined to pass away. And we're going to leave a legacy, right? But so will that legacy be, well, they saved a few bucks by splitting up the INA? because no one's going to care about that years from now. But the money, because the money saved is just going to be gone. No one will remember where that money went. But conversely, we want our legacy to be, they saved the INA, and by that, they changed the course of hundreds of families for generations to come, countless people through the years. So I'm just here today to encourage you.
Mr. Steed, your time has expired, sir.
Oh, okay, thank you.
Our next speaker will be David Manuel. Mr. Manuel, are you there?
Yes, I am.
You may begin, sir.
Good evening, President Ramos, Dr. Scribner, and members of the board of the Fort Worth Independent School District. Thank you for allowing me a few minutes to address you regarding the future of the International Newcomer Academy. To offer you a little context, I come to you after having spent 42 years in higher education as a PhD economist, faculty member, dean of 2 business schools, provost, and president of 2 universities. In each of these positions, I've worked closely with dozens of international faculty and hundreds of international students. Upon retiring to Fort Worth, I discovered the INA, its dedicated faculty, and its students. For 2 years, I've been engaged with the upper age students who are preparing transfer from INA to Success High School or to the other high schools of their choice. My volunteer role has been to mentor and prepare them for college readiness. Like many in the Fort Worth community, I'm dismayed by the board's decision to close the International Newcomer Academy on Camp Bowie Boulevard and to relocate the students to 4 disparate high schools in Fort Worth. It's been my privilege to mentor some of the exiting students as they look forward to university experiences. These young students arrive in the United States eager to learn, intent on improving their English language skills, and have their hearts set on becoming successful American citizens. INA is more than a program. It's a dedicated school that is focused on helping students become assimilated into America and the American educational venture. As such, INA minimizes the social and cultural traumas that serve as barriers to these students' academic success. To disperse these students among 4 high schools will destroy the bridge that you have built and that has helped so many international students succeed. Unintended consequences will be diseconomies of scale for the district and unforeseen behavioral challenges for the 4 targeted high schools. These students face enormous challenges. Having a single facility and a unified center where all human and physical resources focus on their success is critical to help them overcome these challenges. Because of these features, the INA attracted my volunteer time and is recognized as a gem in Texas public education. Do not tarnish this gem. Instead, send the message to Texas that you are creative and innovative in these disruptive times. Please create a single site center that will house the International Newcomer Academy. Thank you.
The next speaker will be Melissa Becker. Dr. Becker, are you there?
Yes, I am here. Good
You may
evening.
begin.
Thank you. My name is Dr. Melissa Roberts Becker, and I'm a proud product of Fort Worth ISD. Past 10 years, I've had the privilege within my profession to work with 7 Fort Worth ISD public schools as a volunteer, and I've assigned over 400 teacher candidates to the schools for field experience. While my students have learned valuable lessons from all the placements where they work with Fort Worth ISD teachers and children, the lessons learned from INA were extremely valuable for their future as educators in the great state of Texas. They learned how to teach and tutor students who are not only English language learners, but completely new to the United States. INA students speak many languages, over 20 represented in the building. So my Spanish-speaking teacher candidates were also challenged to incorporate ELL best practice strategies to communicate academic content and language concept to the INA students. It was a strong learning opportunity, and they were successful because of the mentoring of the fantastic INA educators. Tonight, I voiced my concern for the closure of INA and the disbursement of the students to various schools around Fort Worth ISD. I was informed the rationale behind This decision included a concern for the amount of time students spent on the bus and travel to INA rather than a neighborhood school. I ask you to please consider the 7 hours students will spend daily in neighborhood schools when they get off that bus. This is critical time when the students need the expertise of educators deeply trained in QTEL and best practices, not only in ELL instruction, because the INA students' needs extend far beyond language acquisition. INA students and young adults are learning the expectations of a new country, the unwritten rules of our society. Many come to Fort Worth ISD with the results of traumatic experiences in refugee camps, and most recently, inhumane treatment from adults who held them captive in their country of origin. By keeping INA in one location, this provides the synergy of educators well-versed in educational needs and services, not only for students, but entire families as new arrivals in the U.S. By working with families, they were able to more easily assimilate to the Fort Worth City community. Community partners, many of whom you have heard from tonight, will work with INA leaders to provide clothing and food to these families and help them navigate the systems in the city of Fort Worth intended for their support. Last spring, INA-based advisory committee worked together to recruit positive male role models to mentor the young men of INA who have been held captive in cages in their country of origin. While enrollment at INA has been lower than usual the past few years, the realistic expectation is that the city of Fort Worth will receive an increased number of refugees in the near future, as indicated earlier by my friend from Catholic Charities. I encourage the board to consider how the district will expand the support and expand the resources for INA as they remain in a centralized location. The proactive move will take care of our students, families, school system, and the city of Fort Worth. So we will continue to be an example for other cities and states to emulate. Thank you for the opportunity to speak as an advocate for the children and families of INA.
The next speaker will be Edward Fishman. Mr. Fishman, are you ready?
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes, we can. You may begin, sir.
Thank you. Good evening. My name is Ed Fishman. I'm a member of the Knights of Columbus at Holy Family Catholic Church here in Fort Worth. For the last several years, our council has provided financial and material support to the International Newcomers Academy. In the course of our relationship with the INA, I have seen the difference this school makes for immigrant and refugee children. The INA staff, volunteers, and families themselves comprise a community that provides nurturing and support to these vulnerable kids. In addition to the hardships faced in the places they came from and in their journeys to this country, once here, they are under incredible social, economic, and cultural pressure. The INA community helps these children learn, adapt, and thrive in their new home. I do not presume to judge the necessity or wisdom of repurposing the INA campus. The district and this board are in the best position to judge the merits of that decision. I will say that not relocating the INA and dispersing the student body throughout the district would be tragic. Ms. Alatrash, the INA staff, and numerous volunteers can speak to the many successes of this community-based program. Students who arrive here in abject poverty, frightened, and unable to speak English emerge in a few short years with a high school diploma. They find jobs. Some even go to college. These stories are truly miracles worked by teachers, volunteers, and the families that come together at INA. That said, I'd like to address the other side of the coin. In my professional life, I'm a member of law enforcement. My particular job puts me at the tip of the spear in homeland security and counterterrorism. As an experienced operator in this field, I can tell you this. Kids who experience the socioeconomic and cultural stressors common to impoverished new arrivals to our country need the community, support, and sense of belonging that INA provides. If they don't get it, all too often they will find it elsewhere, in criminal street gangs or in radical ideologies that espouse violent extremism. Please find the INA another home. Dispersing the students throughout the district will severely limit, if not eliminate, a valuable support system for these very vulnerable kids. Let the INA staff and volunteers continue to mold these youngsters into solutions for the challenges our nation faces. Otherwise, they may very well become part of the problem. Thank you.
Our next speaker will be John Wilson, who has provided a statement that I will read. Good evening. My name is John Wilson, and I am a retired Lockheed Martin engineering manager and a member of Holy Family Catholic Church Knights of Columbus. Our council has been a community volunteer at INA for several years, and as such, we have seen firsthand the daily workings at INA. The mission of INA is to fast track new refugee students into the American culture via focused individual attention and immersion. The needs of these students are as diverse as the students as they come from all corners of the globe and have varied amounts of education, as well as languages and cultures. The staff at INA are dedicated to the cause of helping these students become contributors to the American experiment. I have watched the daily activities at the current INA facility and have been overwhelmed by the work of the staff and the students and the eagerness of their parents to give their children a head start in our society. I listened to several eloquent speeches from INA graduates who only a few short years ago could not speak English. These students were all exceptionally grateful for the opportunities that INA afforded and the gift given them by INA and Fort Worth ISD. I do not feel that the INA mission could be executed without a dedicated faculty and staff with the resources necessary to give the secondary education immigrant students the best footing possible for their integration into American society. Mainstreaming these students will remove the focused teaching that is required to fast track these young adults. Mainstreaming these secondary education immigrant students will also expose these students to significant negative peer pressure that exists at many of our schools, potentially resulting in them turning to the street life. A dedicated facility provides these students with a community of peers in similar situations and fosters a sense of belonging and competition that would not be possible in a dispersed environment. Remember that we as Americans invited these refugees to our country, and as such, we owe them the best possible opportunities to achieve their full potential and become productive Americans. A dedicated facility is a must to achieve this mission. INA is a Fort Worth treasure as well as a national model. Please keep INA intact. Thank you for your time. Our next speaker will be Michael Romer. Mr. Romer, are you there?
I am.
You may begin, sir.
My name is Michael Romer. I'm Director of Global Education at Trinity Valley School here in Fort Worth. I think you get the picture. INA is an amazing and a special place. It's not just a school where students learn English and learn all the other subjects that they need so that they can matriculate eventually into the mainstream Fort Worth ISD schools, but it's a community. I know this personally because I've been able to spend time on the campus with my students, but also with some of our student assistant teachers from Denmark, for example, who I specifically brought to INA because I wanted them the opportunity to see how teaching immigrants can be done well. Especially in Western Europe right now, many countries are struggling to deal with their vast numbers of immigrant populations. And so this visit particularly was extremely rewarding for those student teachers and for me too, to understand more how this works. But as I thought more about this, there's not too much more I can add professionally. So I want to look at the Fort Worth ISD mission and values. The mission is pretty general, preparing all students for success in college, career, and community leadership. And of your values, there's one in particular that I really think is worth focusing on for this discussion, and that's equity and access. INA as a school provides equity for these students to access education that they need. Equity isn't about equality. It's not about sameness per students. It's about meeting the students where they're at. And these immigrants and refugees are at a very specific place that mainstream Fort Worth ISD doesn't have the capacity to meet in the same way that INA does. So I think you understand now what this school means to so many people, to teachers, to students, to staff, to parents, but to the broader community as well. It also means things to, I come from a very privileged school, but we have learned so much from INA. And so to keep it intact as a single entity offering that equity to access that those students need, I think is critical, and I think supports the Fort Worth ISD mission. And I hope that you'll agree with all of us today in supporting that as well and finding a place, a new home for INA. Thanks so much.
Our next speaker will be Daniel Sutherland. Mr. Sutherland, if you're ready, you may begin, sir.
Hello, my name is Daniel Sutherland. I want to thank you for letting me on today. I just wanted to let you know about Acrylic Source Plus. We are located right here in Tarrant County, and we've worked with school districts across the country, including San Francisco USD, Austin ISD, Rialto USD, and Garland ISD, which has been featured in the news for their great COVID safety actions. We aren't a typical PPE supplier. We're an in-house manufacturer that's worked with districts nationwide to build comprehensive programs that address a multitude of safety challenges schools are facing. We are unique in that we handle the entire project from start to finish, bringing you up to focus on more important things than vendor management. We do all of this at a competitive, budget maximizing price point. We do so much more than just student desk. We take care of cafeteria and front desk safety. We provide disinfectant atomizers that reduce chemical usage by 80%, allowing you to disinfect 5 times more often, disinfects in 60 seconds and dries in 90 seconds, and is half the price of the competition. We would love an opportunity to help out Fort Worth ISD in any way we can, big or small. We are in a unique position as we are located right here. We can handle the installation and are an approved vendor and always provide the highest quality. If there are certain classrooms with exceptional need for our products, we would love to donate some shields to the schools at no cost. I will assist the installation team in setting up so that there's no hassle for your team. We can also come out and help with any questions as far as proper cleaning safety protocols, again at no cost. Like I said, we have a heart to help in any way we can to provide students and staff with the confidence they need to come back to safe classrooms where they are properly protected. Thank you for allowing me to speak today. You can look us up anytime at acrylicsource.com. I hope you all have an amazing day.
Our next speaker will be Andrew Johnson. Mr. Johnson, if you're ready, you may begin.
Good evening. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
All right. I first want to thank you all. It's been an hour and 15 minutes of you all sitting there very, very attentively. And I just want to share with you my respect and appreciation for what you all do. For the record, my wife, Wendy, and my family and I live in the North Ridgely neighborhood in the west side of town. We have seen and we have worked with INA children and repeatedly seen firsthand how INA works in the lives of these kids. Others have detailed the impressive success that INA, a nationally recognized institution, has generated over its decades of transforming refugees from war-torn corners of the globe into productive, successful, and profoundly proud people seeking to be good citizens of the United States and Fort Worth, Texas. I respect your dedication and your service to this community and to the education of its children. There are very few missions in life that are more noble and desperately needed than educating our children. And so I'm grateful for your support for Fort Worth ISD. INA has long been an essential part of that Fort Worth ISD mission, and indeed our mission as a community. So respectfully and with the strongest urging, do not destroy the success of INA by breaking up this school. If it must move to make way for your administrative offices or whatever the purpose is, then find a suitable alternative location where INA can continue to thrive. Your predecessors created a huge success story. Please don't allow this Fort Worth ISD nationally recognized success to become an equally recognized failure. Again, I'm grateful for, as is my wife, Wendy, and our family, for all the service and dedication that you and the staff of Fort Worth ISD generate every day for the benefit of our community. Please don't miss this opportunity to save a jewel and a gem, and that is INA. Thank you very much.
Our next speaker will be Alma Nagaristan. Are you there, Ms. Nagaristan? Alma Nagaristan. Alma Nagaristan. I'll come back to that at the end, Mr. Ramos. The next speaker would be Amy Schuler, and she has provided a statement for me to read. I have had the privilege of working as a high school counselor at the International Newcomer Academy for the last 8 years. Before this experience, I had no idea that Fort Worth housed such a large immigrant and refugee population. During my time at INA, I've learned so much and have truly been blessed by our students, families, faculty, and staff. Our students come to the U.S. from all regions of the world, many of them living through traumatic experiences, exposure to violence, and separation from family. Once they arrive at INA, they become part of our family and are able to bond with classmates who have endured similar experiences. Our staff works tirelessly to provide the support that our students and families need, and we spend many evenings and weekends reaching out and providing resources to them. The announcement that INA is closing came as a shock to all of us. It's difficult to understand how Fort Worth ISD would want to dissolve a school that has been a hidden gem in the district for 27 years. And then I realized that the ones who made this decision simply didn't know what the implications of such a drastic move would be. If you haven't visited our campus or talked to our students, you just don't know. If you haven't sat through one of our end of the year award ceremonies and listened to a newcomer speak about their experiences at our school, speaking in a language that they have newly acquired, speaking in front of their peers, parents, teachers, and community members, you just don't know. Anyone who has worked with our students, visited, or volunteered at our school will tell you, but if you haven't had that experience, you just don't know. Newcomers need the support of a school that will embrace the differences where they don't feel like outsiders when they enroll during the middle of the school year. Many don't realize that we receive new students almost on a daily basis. We are equipped to welcome them, and our students take care of each other and make sure that no one feels like the new kid for long. Some have never attended school before or have limited schooling in refugee camps and now are navigating a new culture and a new language. INA provides students with a soft place to land, a second home where they can be themselves and do not have to worry about being bullied because of the way they dress or speak. Our smaller school environment allows them the opportunity to develop a bond with their fellow classmates and feel that they are part of the community. I ask that the district reconsider its decision to dismantle our school and scatter us throughout the district. We speak for our students and families because many are unable to speak for themselves. Please do not take this educational opportunity away from us, from one of the city's most vulnerable populations. Thank you for your time. The next speaker will be from Allison Lanza, and she also left a statement. Dear Fort Worth ISD school board members and Fort Worth ISD administration, my name is Reverend Allison Lanza, and I am a pastor at Ridgely Christian Church. Our church, as well as our service and justice mission trip ministry, Connect Fort Worth, have been longtime partners with International Newcomer Academy. I am writing asking about this school be able to stay together as one community in one building in some way. To lose this program would be devastating not only for families, but for our district. International Newcomers Academy is a gift to our community and to many students and families. Through Connect Ministries, we bring in groups from across the country who over the years have learned from the model of INA as a best practice for the education and welcome of immigrant and refugee students to help them find lifelong success. Fort Worth ISD should be proud of this program and using it as a shining example of success in the district and not considering dismantling it. INA is specifically designed to provide a place for students to adjust academically, socially, and emotionally when they arrive in our country. They need time at INA to acclimate culturally and to develop the necessary language skills to be successful when moving out into the broader FWISD and into college and the workplace as adults. Every student in the school has a common experience of being displaced from their home. Being in school with only other students with similar experience helps them to feel less alone and to find the comfort, community, and security they need to be successful academically. Many of these students show up not only behind academically with language and cultural barriers, but also experiencing deep grief and trauma. They need a safe, supportive place to land in order to find success. The magic of INA is that there is a cohesive single school campus where every person is completely dedicated to helping the students succeed academically and socially, and is specially trained to help them thrive. At INA, students do thrive, and they are set up to thrive in their neighborhood FWISD schools when they leave INA. Many arrive not only unable to speak English, but unable to read or write in their native language. After the end of their 1 to 2 years at INA, they are able to fluently communicate orally and in writing in English. These students go on to graduate our Fort Worth ISD high schools and go on to thrive in college and the workplace. The environment of one community where students can safely land when they arrive in Fort Worth to be set up for the success would not be possible watered down to many small programs across our different schools. Part of the recipe for success is that they are in one cohesive community, in one building together, where they can find safety to succeed, especially at a time when everything else in the world is overwhelming. And the time has expired. And the next would be from Pam Adair, and it is also a statement I will read. I am writing today to express my concern about dispersing students from International Newcomers Academy into several schools rather than keeping them on one campus. I understand that they cannot remain at their former campus due to administrative offices relocating there. I do, however, feel that it is important for these students to remain together as they transition into our education system and our city. Sharing similar languages and having this sense of community, I feel it very important to children and families who Fort Worth ISD serves. As a former teacher in Fort Worth ISD, I saw how well this worked when I taught at Daggett Middle School, where we had a language center for students who were transitioning into the education system. Might a solution be to relocate all of the INA students to a smaller campus, such as Daggett Middle School, Daggett Montessori, etc.? I believe that the mission statement of Fort Worth ISD, preparing all students for success in college, career, and community leadership, applies to our INA students, and hope that you will seriously look at providing the best opportunities for their success by keeping this group of students together. Thank you for hearing my concerns. And our last speaker will be Alma Nagaristan. Ms. Nagaristan, are you there?
Yes, sir. Can you guys hear me?
We can. Yes, you may begin.
Okay, perfect. Thank you. Thank you for giving me a second chance. Yes, I'm an INA student as well. I went to INA just like many other students in 2008. And all of us, when we came to the school, we were saying that this is not going to be home. We're not going to understand what the teachers are saying. A lot of us were crying on our way to school, but that 1 hour bus drive every day actually give us a chance to bond with each other. Our school bus drivers would sing songs to us, will tell us what color trees are, what color the cars are, what type of car it is, just to help us understand a little more English before we get to school. And every morning we walked into school with a lot of teachers smiling, staffs ready to serve us breakfast, and our principal saying good morning to us in all 26 languages the school had. It is sad for me. It was shocking when one of the teachers contacted me, letting me know that INA is closing down. 10 years ago, I spoke at the board and spoke with my broken English and worried about how much I was getting bullied at the school in Fort Worth because of my English. It is sad to hear that now the kids that are coming from other countries have to be forced to go to schools that they have never been around other Americans, other white students, other African American students, and get bullied simply because we want to manage and get students closer to their house. Again, driving an hour to school was never an issue. I don't know what's the reason behind everybody thinking that INA is just a program. It was sickening me listening to the last board meeting and calling INA a program. INA was much more than a program to us. It was a home from home. It was a place that we could let our teachers know that we are here. We are here to get a second chance to our families, to our loved ones, and to learn the English language so we can better ourselves. Out of the 26 students that were in the classroom with me that went from class to class, some of us didn't know how to add 2 plus 2. We were 17, 18-year-old students that didn't know how to add. How is that going to place them if those students end up teacher in Arlington Heights is going to take care of a student that doesn't know how to do 2 plus 2 and they're 18 years old? But INA teachers took that time. They teach us 2 plus 2 all the way to the calculation of calculus. So we can go to the regular schools and we can be successful and we can graduate. And all 26 of us have graduated and we all have been to college. Some of us are working our master's degree. Others have gone to military and doing great in their future. The closing gap between the graduation level of the students that are in INA and regular schools is already spoken for.
And ma'am, your
So by
time has
just shutting down
expired.
INA, yes, sir. Thank you.
And that concludes our public comment session, Mr. Ramos.
Thank you, Mr. Bond, and thanks to all of our public comment speakers and for sharing your thoughts this evening with the board. I believe at this point, we're going to be turning it back over to Mr. Bond for recognitions.
If I may, President Ramos, just to address some of the opportunities for clarification as consistent with our board policy, I wanted to, if that's all right, President Ramos.
Absolutely. Please do, Dr. Scribner.
Thank you. I really want to thank the INA community for sharing their perspective and understanding regarding the future of INA school community. And I wanted to provide some additional clarification, shed some light on perhaps some misunderstandings. I certainly appreciate our last speaker, Alma, who spoke with pride about the success of former INA students, INA alums, if you will. In fact, we have one with us serving on our board. Ana Luevanos was an INA student and then ultimately graduated from Pascal High School. As was stated earlier, INA, the International Newcomer Academy, serves a grade configuration of 6th, 7th, 8th, and 9th graders. And we researched to understand the decisions behind that grade configuration. I think moving forward, that'll inform our decisions. Currently, INA is in a building together in what was before a Neiman Marcus department store. And we understand based on our student facility opportunities and needs, wanted to make sure that those students had the opportunity to experience a school building, a full school building as well. As you know, we have newcomer students that are also in 10th through 12th grade and beyond. Our 10th through 12th graders can attend a Success High School, as was stated earlier, or their home school, depending on the age of the students. Just wanted to reassure our school community that we are in the midst of a process. We are not closing INA. Dismantling, I think, was another word that was used that is incorrect. And we're not going to be mainstreaming students haphazardly. You can be sure of that. As a 33-year educator in serving urban students my entire career, including many, many newcomers, I understand that is not in their best interest, nor would be something we would consider. Our Chief Academic Officer and our Chief of Innovation will continue to meet, collaborate, and plan with INA school staff and school community. As we continue to move forward, we want to maintain continuity, perhaps in regional settings, as was stated last month, or perhaps in one location, as was suggested tonight, or maybe more than one location, 2 locations, across our 209 square mile school district. Also, the plan would be to support our INA students as we support all students, but our INA students would also benefit from the same high quality teachers that they have today. Wanted to clarify a few of those things. We have a lot of work to do in the coming weeks and months prior to implementation of next steps, and I'm confident that with leadership of our Chief Academic Officer and Chief Innovation, we can navigate this as a school community. Thank you, President Ramos.
Thank you, Dr. Scribner. Mr. Bond, if you would take us through recognitions.
Thank you, President Ramos. Our first recognition is February, of course, marks Black History Month across America. The Fort Worth ISD takes great pride in continuing to celebrate the vast accomplishments made by African-American people every day, and especially during this month. The accomplishments of our graduates or employees and our families have contributed to our neighborhoods, city, country, and the world. We have also recognized many of our distinguished alumni currently featured on our Fort Worth ISD Wall of Fame. Fort Worth ISD continues to share Black History Month content in the classroom and online. Across all our platforms, our schools have shared creative door artwork, live social media story readings, and competitions. We are excited to continue to celebrate Black History Month with more local establishments, artists, and student entrepreneurs. Our next recognition is the Chairs for Teaching Excellence. In a school year unlike any other, with changes in nearly every aspect of public education, Fort Worth ISD and its dedicated community partners came through and once again selected 16 teachers as the 2020-2021 academic chairs for teaching excellence. The selected teachers now have the title of Chair for Teaching Excellence for 1 year, and each teaching chair received a $5,000 honorarium in December. Fort Worth ISD established the Chairs for Teaching Excellence program in 1994. This year, a record 140 teachers applied across the 16 categories. They had to answer new application questions about teaching in a global pandemic, and they submitted video demonstrations of teaching in their virtual classrooms. The panelists, made up of our community partners, interviewed the finalists via Zoom and once again asked about the challenges of teaching and engaging with students in the face of a public health crisis. Through it all, teachers impressed the judges with the creativity, ingenuity, and grit they displayed as they navigated the challenges of teaching this school year. Tonight, we are recognizing the 16 academic chairs for teaching excellence in the following categories. Travis Arnold from Arlington Heights High School is the Sewell Lexus and Infinity of Fort Worth Chair for Teaching Excellence in Humanities. Shelley Alicio, Sam Rosen Elementary School. She is the Angela De Palos Chair for Teaching Excellence in Visual Arts. Timothy Brendler, the I.M. Terrell Academy for STEM and VPA, is the Bayard R. Freeman Chair for Teaching Excellence in Performing Arts. Cindy Casas from Cesar Chavez Elementary School is the Lockheed Martin Chair for Teaching Excellence in Elementary Math and Science. Shay Garcia from Trimble Tech High School is the Blue Zone's Project Chair for Teaching Excellence in Health and Physical Education. Sharon Gartrell from Charles E. Nash Elementary School is the XTO Energy Chair for Teaching Excellence in Early Childhood Education. Peter Hernandez from Sam Rosen Elementary School is the Linebarger, Goggin, Blair, and Sampson LLP Chair for Teaching Excellence in Elementary Reading. Bernita Jackson from Trimble Tech High School is the Crescent Real Estate Chair for Teaching Excellence in Career and Technical Education. Mary Jackson from the Applied Learning Academy is the Kroger Chair for Teaching Excellence in Special Education. Patricia Lambus from Burton Hill Elementary School, the Central Market Chair for Teaching Excellence in Acquisition of Language. Brittany Madkins from Morningside Middle School, the Atmos Energy Chair for Teaching Excellence in Secondary Science. Marissa Phillips from Southwest High School, TTI Inc. Chair for Teaching Excellence in Secondary Mathematics. Nettie Scott, Leadership Academy at Forest Oak Middle School, the Lockheed Martin Chair for Teaching Excellence in Middle School STEM. Orion Smith, Arlington Heights High School, Lockheed Martin Chair for Teaching Excellence in High School STEM. Sean Strange, Northside High School, the Chase Chair for Teaching Excellence in Secondary English. And Jennifer Whitman from Daggett Montessori, Broadway at the Bass Chair for Teaching Excellence in Dance and Theater. This concludes our recognitions, Mr. Ramos.
Thank you, Mr. Bond. Appreciate you walking us through our recognitions, and congratulations to the chairs for teaching excellence, and thank you for the Black History Month as well. We will now move on with Dr. Scribner and his team. Believe they're going to have a Lone Star governance update. Dr. Scribner.
Thank you very much, President Ramos. At this time, I'd like to introduce Sarah Arispe. She is our Associate Superintendent of Assessment and Data Quality, and she will provide a Lone Star governance presentation regarding the board and district's goal progress measure 2.1. With that, I'll turn it over to Sarah.
Thank you, Dr. Scribner. Good evening, President Ramos and members of the board. As Dr. Scribner said, today we're going to look at goal progress measure 2.1, which looks at some of our earliest learners in mathematics. We can go to the next slide. Just a little context. I know you've seen this before, but as a reminder to everyone, we will do some year-to-year comparison, but they're not exactly apples to apples comparisons given our late start this year. And on the next slide, also, we have different various learning modes this year for students. So we have some students learning in person, some learning virtual, while last year, all students were learning in person at this time. Additionally, we have some students that had lost or unfinished learning time, especially during spring of 2000 when we had to close our schools for the pandemic prior to going to an online learning environment for students. So let's move on to look at our pre-K and kindergarten math. The goal progress measure that the board set was using a circle assessment and the Texas kindergarten entry assessment. And our goal is to increase the percentage of pre-K and K students on track at the end of the year from 83% to 88% by June 2014. So there's the goal. The very next slide will show us that goal by student group. And let's look at where our progress is today at the middle of this school year. Pre-K circle is the first one we'll look at. That's again a math assessment, and it has students do tasks which they're rated on with numbers, counting, shapes, and operations. So these are our 4-year-old students. Next slide will show us that for the middle of the year, we have the tan bar that gives us, this is a year-to-year comparison. So tan bar is last year at the middle of the year. So last year in January, and the darker bar is this year in January. And you'll see in English that last year at this time, we had 81% of our pre-K students on track based on circle math. This year we're at 78%. So slightly smaller percentage of our pre-K students, despite those gaps in learning and the differences in learning environments and the shorter time period we've been in school this year. We also have a Spanish comparison there, but I want to call your attention to the green box on the right-hand side of your screen. And you'll notice that last year, only 101 students tested in Spanish of our pre-K students. This year we had a little over 1,100 students test in Spanish. This is part of the new dual language model. Under the old model, all English in the dual language, all mathematics in the dual language classroom was taught in English. We are moving to a different model where students beginning in pre-K this year at middle of the year for the first time were tested in Spanish for mathematics. So we'll start to collect some of these data and be able to compare more like groups. So you'll see that those 101 kids last year were at 80%, but a very different group this year, 1,100 at 70% with our different educational conditions. On the next slide, we'll see that broken out by group. So for the different student groups, and these are the English and Spanish testers combined now. So again, the tan bar is the prior year, the dark bar is this current year. You'll see some slight differences there in the different groups, but each one we are having slightly lower performance this year, given our interrupted learning time and our different learning environment. The only group that we saw an increase was special education. We have very few kids identified for special ed services at pre-K, but for those that were, there was actually a 1% increase. On our next slide, let's look now within the current school year. So for this year, at the beginning of year, we had 73% of our pre-K students on track in math, and we're up at the middle of the year, the dark bar there, to 78. So we have seen an increase. While it's slightly lower than last year, we have seen an increase from beginning of year to middle of year this year with our earliest, our youngest learners in pre-K. We only have one bar for Spanish because remember again that we have shifted to a different model this year. And so this is our first middle of year testing in Spanish is at that 70%. When we come back to you with an update for end of the year, we'll be able to compare how kids testing in Spanish did from middle of the year to end of the year. Next one, this is within year again. So from beginning of year to middle of year with each of our student groups. And you can see that every group had at least a 1-point gain from beginning to middle of the year. And some groups, like our African American group, had a 7-point gain. That was one of our larger gains, and the 8 points for special education. So some good gains for some of our groups from beginning to middle of year. Our English learners also had an 8-point gain from beginning and middle to this year. Our next assessment we'll look at for our kindergarten students is the TEXKIA, stands for Texas Kindergarten Entry Assessment, although that's a little bit of a misnomer because it's given 3 times a year now for progress monitoring. In mathematics, kindergartners are assessed on numbers, counting, patterns, and sequencing. So for the results this year compared to last year, again, last year is the tan bar, this year is the darker bar. Another big change here from 56 to 40%, but I also want to tell you that these groups are not comparable here because last year the middle of year assessment was optional and we only had 621 kids opt in to take that middle of year assessment. This year it was required and we have the full kindergarten cohort there, about 4,500 students that were tested. So again, we'll have more comparable data next year when we have everyone testing each of the 3 administrations. On the next slide, you'll see that comparison again with those 621 students to the over 4,400 this year. You'll notice that there was not a white group last year that tested out of the 621, so we didn't have enough students to make a group, but those are the data by student group. On the next slide, if we look at within the current year, now we can compare like groups. So from the beginning of year kindergarten to the middle of year administration, we went from 36% of kindergartners being on track in mathematics to 40% on track in mathematics. On the next slide, we will see that same within the current year for each of our student groups. And we see that each student group has made progress from beginning of year to middle of year, and we expect to see that accelerate even further as we move toward end of this year. I'm going to turn it over to Dr. Pena now to tell us a little bit about our district supports and goal priorities. On the next slide, we'll see what those are, and he's going to talk a little bit about the final priority engagement.
Thank you, Mr. Ispik. Well, board, our district cross-functional pre-kindergarten and kindergarten recruitment committee meets every Wednesday, and it includes personnel from parent partnerships, communications, academics, business and finance, human capital management, and operations team members as we conduct this work. In our work thus far, we've identified 3 priorities. They include developing a clear plan for re-engaging our pre-K students who had initially intended to enroll in pre-K for the 2020-2021 school year. Our top second priority is to prepare for the upcoming enrollment season and simplifying the enrollment process so that more of our parents find it easy to enroll. And finally, partnering with external partners such as Reed Fort Worth and MHMR. The Office of Parent Partnerships that was recently formed is connecting with families by conducting porch visits and offering services to students currently eligible for pre-K services. These efforts have resulted in re-engaging families in available programs such as our current pre-K and Parents as Teachers program. Additional specific strategies include big events for pre-K re-engaging and enrolling students include drive-through events to share communication on coming back and pre-K roundup dates. To mention a few, on March 4th at the LBT Rise location, this is a meal distribution site. We'll be sharing that event through a drive-through event with parents. And also on March 6th at the Potter's House location, again, we will be sharing that information with parents. So we're very excited about these events. We just an update on our porch visits, collaborative work with MHMR as of February the 12th. A total of 272 phone calls have been made and 61 porch visits were conducted at Eastern Hills and Oakhurst campus location sites. And a big third strategy has been focused on a welcoming strategy, working tightly with communications and student and school support with the motto of success starts here with our early learners. As a matter of fact, t-shirts for enrolling pre-K students have been ordered for all pre-K students and should arrive in time for our big pre-K kickoff event on April 1st. We would like to appreciate our sponsor of Blue Zones and our communications team for designing those shirts. This work is continuing for the remainder of the spring semester and would be glad to provide any further updates. But now, Mr. Moore has some academic updates for our early learning area. Mr. Moore?
Thank you, Dr. Pena. Trustees, I think you probably have recognized over the last several Lone Star governance presentations that we've ended our discussions with the very slide that you're looking at right now. The description of the district supports and goal priorities that we are remaining focused on for this semester and leading to the future are strategies to ensure that we are providing opportunities for our students to recover from this lost instructional. There are a couple of additional priorities in addition to the re-engagement work that Dr. Pena described to you that I would like to share with you related to our early childhood space. Work that will take place this spring and into next school year. If I can, I'd like to start with work that focuses on our kindergarten students. And I will tell you to start off, it's not just work that's happening at the kindergarten level. This is work that I would like to share with you that we're engaging in K through 8. We are specifically talking about early learning right here, and wanted to share with you our district assessment plan around MAP assessment. As you know, the MAP assessment is our progress monitoring tool for students kindergarten through 8th grade, a nationally normed reference assessment that gives us a snapshot of progress our students are making throughout the year. We just recently received our middle of year assessment information. That test data will be coming your way in the very near future. I believe Ms. Molinar already has plans of how to get that data out to the board. But we are working with our principals this week to actually look at their campus-specific data. I share this with you now because MAP is really the roadmap that is going to give us an opportunity to help our students focus for the remainder of this school year and into next year. MAP provides us with specific information on skills that students are proficient in and skills that students need continued work and development so that they can be on appropriate grade level. Our goal is to work with our campus leaders to develop not only a district level plan, but a campus level plan, a classroom level plan, and an individualized student plan, so that we are focused on how do we ensure that all of our students, especially our youngest learners, are gaining the skills they need to be successful in the grade that's coming next. For our kindergartners this year, how do we make sure that our kindergartners are proficient in the skills, both in literacy and in math? We're speaking math specifically today, but looking at both literacy and math to be ready for first grade next year. This is work that we will stay focused on through the rest of this year. We'll work deeply with our principals and our teachers of how we are narrowing down to the individual student level, looking at MAP as our guidepost to say, how do we know which skills we need to individualize and focus on for our students? And how can we come back and provide that information on the progress we're making from the middle of year to end of year? As I shared, we will be sharing with you the middle of year data in the next week. What we're looking forward to is being able to show you growth that happens in our students from this middle of year assessment to the end of year assessment with individualized plans at each campus level. When it comes to our pre-K space, we are also focused on defining what kindergarten ready really means, not just in Fort Worth ISD, but across the city of Fort Worth. Our data tells us many things. One of the points that our data tells us is that students who are enrolled in Fort Worth ISD pre-K programs tend to be kindergarten ready at higher levels than students that do not participate in Fort Worth ISD pre-K programs. Our data also tells us that students who are kindergarten ready are 75% more likely to remain on level and be reading on grade level by the time they're in the third grade. I share this with you to establish the importance of making sure that our students are kindergarten ready as they enter kindergarten here in Fort Worth ISD. We're fortunate that we have a great deal of quality pre-K programs, not only within our schools, our pre-K program here in Fort Worth ISD, but partnerships that we have in collaboration with other early childhood learning environments. We also have other high quality early learning environments across the entire city. One thing that our early learning team is initiating this spring is a common definition of what it means to be kindergarten ready. What are the skills that our pre-K students need to have by the time they finish pre-K to be ready for kindergarten, to be ready to be kindergarten ready, leading to staying on track by the time that they're in the third grade. These two priorities, we really do believe will help our earliest learners to have the foundation necessary to be successful in their educational career, and know that it is the first step to getting back on track for the progress that our students need to make. One last point I would like to point out with the data that we're looking at, especially related to our early learners. When I say early learners, I'm speaking of our pre-K through second grade space. Before the last 2 years, we've been on a great trajectory, especially with our early learning students. We've exceeded growth targets, and we've had success in the early learning space. Our data is not telling us that we're continuing to exceed right now. What our data is telling us is that our students are struggling with the learning environment in which they're in right now. Our students need to come back to school. We need to make sure that our students, especially our youngest learners, our pre-K through second grade students, understand the message that for us to prepare our students to the level that they deserve, that they need, we need students to participate in high quality daily instruction with their teacher, be in our schools so that they can be learning. We will continue to support the efforts that Dr. Pena is engaged in to re-engage our students for pre-K, for kindergarten, for those students that have not connected back at school. But we know that the work that we're doing from the academic perspective needs to hit all of our students and needs to hit all of our students at an early age and at a level that can best meet our students' needs. I believe that was all of the information we had to share with you this evening. I know that Dr. Pena, Ms. Arispe, and I would all welcome any questions or comments.
believe we've got trustee Dar first.
Thank you, President Ramos. There's a big yellow hand on my head. And thank you for that report. I love hearing good news and things that are going on with our youngest students. Dr. Pena, I also would like to say, and I know that you are a part of a bigger team, I really appreciate the multiple outreach efforts that are going on with the families in Fort Worth ISD. Not only because we want to know that they are welcome and that they are, that their success starts here, but also because now more than ever, we need to be in community and we need to be looking out for each other. So thank you for those outreach efforts. I appreciate that. I have two questions that aren't specifically related to the actual numbers that Mr. Risby went over, but that are directly related to our Lone Star governance and the data that we are looking at every week that we, or every time we meet and review the Lone Star governance data. The first one is it possible for the board to get a copy of the district evaluation or the testing calendar? I understand the importance of knowing where students are and tools, using tools that help us better understand where students are achieving and where the holes might be so that we can close those gaps. But there's a fine balance also between the time spent testing and the time spent teaching. And this year just keeps on giving, whether it's COVID or the biggest ice storm in the history of the state of Texas, closing school for a week. We just cannot seem to catch a break. And when I say we, I mean we, not just Fort Worth ISD, but we as a people. So it would be helpful for me to have a copy of that testing calendar if that's possible, and for all grades, pre-K through 12.
We can provide that to you, Ms. Dar, and we're actually looking at some possible modifications right now. So if we can send that to you and then either tomorrow or the next day, we will include any modifications we make.
Okay, that'd be great. Thank you. I appreciate that. The other thing is I'm wondering is, are we tracking data of students that are learning virtually versus those that are learning in person? I think that there are some kids that are having exceptional success with virtual learning, and we know that there are some who are not. And I agree with you when you say, Mr. Moore, especially our very youngest learners, we need them in school. But I want to be cognizant of that as we're gathering this data. So I'm not asking for something after the data has been gathered. That's not a good use of time, but to see some of the data toward the end of the year as to students who are learning virtually and students who are learning in person, in addition to dividing it out by race and stuff like that. I think that's some good data that the state of Texas needs, not just Fort Worth ISD. So.
Completely agree with you. And we are now able to track that more quickly through our student information system. We're also participating with the state and also with a national data gathering effort through Council of Great City Schools. So we're happy to share that with you. It does change a little bit because we are asking our students to come back. So we're also monitoring that. The percentages shift a little bit, but we'll do some analysis of that to provide to the board at the end of the year as we look across.
And I think I'm glad you mentioned that, because that's an important lens to look through. There are a lot of students in Fort Worth ISD that have learned in a variety of ways this year. And so we have to be careful when we analyze that data to not look at it as an all or nothing kind of a situation. So I'm glad you brought up that point. Thank you. And those are my only questions. So I appreciate the test schedule and having that data. Thank you.
Thank you, Trustee Dar. Next, we have Trustee Paz.
Thank you, President Ramos. My question is for Mr. Moore, and hopefully it will be not a very complicated one. So, I have two kids in Fort Worth ISD. One very happily just went back into the classroom at the beginning of the 6 weeks. She was eager to get back. She was ready to get back, excited to be with her friends again. Very sad that she still can't hug them, but we're working on it. And then the other one is still a little bit apprehensive about going back, and she still has a lot of fears about COVID and, you know, just to the general anxiety around the pandemic. So as a parent who is trying to help my child make, you know, help her have agency in her education and the decisions, but also understanding that there are a lot of other families that do still have anxiety around the pandemic and haven't had the opportunity. You know, I've been vaccinated because I have underlying conditions. Not all of, we know for a fact that that's not the case for a lot of the people in our city, especially in higher risk zip codes. So how do we help those students and their parents have confidence in the decision to send their children back into the schools, especially now when it's kind of in the, you know, there's still a little bit of ambiguity out there, but we know that we have some data under our belt. So what are some things that we can tell them as we're out in the community talking?
Certainly, I can appreciate that question completely, and I think the next presentation coming up after this one will speak to some of the data that we can use for our families. I think what you will see is the safety precautions we have in place at our campus and the results that we've had all year long of keeping our schools safe and healthy environments, and the work that our teachers have done to make sure that we're engaging students back in school, but keeping them in a healthy space. One of the things that we have learned is that the design that we have right now for teachers teaching both in person and virtual is not a long-term solution. I don't know personally, this is an I statement, I don't know that school goes back to what school was before. There's a space where virtual is going to be a part of our schooling experience from now on. We're preparing for that now. So I think there is still an opportunity for families that say in-person is not, is not the best decision for my family, but we can make that experience, whether it's a student that is in the school building or staying virtually, a high quality educational experience for students. But I think when we take a look at the data around our COVID numbers and about what's happened in our classroom and about what we've been able to do to put PPE in place and keep our schools safe and the reduction of issues or spread that we've had in our schools, because there really we have not seen an issue with any type of spread within our schools. I think that's the type of conversation we have with our families.
Next, we have Trustee Brookins.
Okay, so my question is looking at your efforts to work on the pre-K and roundup and getting the enrollment numbers up. Have you all reached out to Fort Worth Housing Solutions and Tarrant County Housing, especially with the closing of Butler and Cabell? I know that our families are moving all over Tarrant County now. They're not in just one concentrated area, and wanted to know if you had thought about partnering with them in a way to keep in contact of where they're moving, because they may not give a forwarding address, and if they're still part of either one of those housing programs, they should have access to reach out to them.
That's a great suggestion, Trustee Brookins. So currently we're engaging with Read Fort Worth and MHMR as I shared, but I think those are great suggestions. Just so you know, the strategy that was used with Read Fort Worth was to look at our pre-K numbers in terms of attendance, and those schools that had the lowest enrollment were targeted first for these porch visits. And that's why I mentioned Eastern Hills Elementary and Oakhurst were two of the schools that we targeted first. And there's a succession plan that I can share with you, showing the schools that are coming up next in the sequence. But certainly partnering up with additional agencies would be helpful, and also looking at the trends of where our parents are moving. Great suggestion.
Thank you. And if you need that contact information, I'll be glad to share that with you as well.
Certainly. Thank you.
Next, we have Trustee Dart. Just want to double check with any of my other colleagues. If your raise your hand feature is not working, just jump in after Trustee Dart.
My apologies, President Ramos. I thought of another question. I know that the MAP assessment is relatively new for a lot of teachers in Fort Worth ISD. It's been around for a while, but not as long as some other assessments. What training have teachers been provided with to better understand how to use the data that they're getting from the MAP assessment, and what data they need to be gathering in order to better serve and teach students so we have higher achievement?
That's a great question. It is new to some of our teachers, and this year the reading assessment for MAP specifically is new. We've been doing the mathematics for a few years now in Fort Worth ISD, and then added the reading assessment because the math was going well for us. So our primary method this year for training was through training campus teams, which include the principal, the assistant principal, the campus data leader, which may be a data analyst or just a person that is an advocate for data at that campus, as well as the instructional coaches. We've also provided some opportunities during our summer professional learning for teachers to do some specific MAP sessions if that was one of their options that they could choose. But regardless of whether they choose that on their own for one of their optional sessions, they have the support of a campus team that's getting routine training before school. And we repeated that after our beginning of year. As Mr. Moore indicated, we're also doing one this week. It was supposed to be last week during the ice storm, but we'll do it this week for the middle of year data. We also have on our website some what we call learning pathways. So when teachers go in to look at their student scores, they also see some pathways if they want to learn more on their own. And the last thing I'll say on that, and Mr. Moore, Dr. Pena may have more to add to that, is that MAP or NWA, the company that produces MAP and hosts that, has a wealth of resources because they have been around for a while and are used nationally for each one of the reports. So if a teacher goes in and they're looking at their student growth report, the help menu and some of the features on there have real quick snippets about how I understand this portion better and then how I apply that in the classroom. And it leads them to some resources that are embedded within that.
Okay. Oh, go ahead, Mr. Moore, sorry.
No problem. Thank you, Trustee Dar. The piece that I wanted to add in addition to what Sarah described as a campus-based team that we've worked with multiple times throughout the year, we also have our teaching and learning team that are assigned to campuses based off of a tiered approach for our campuses that need the greatest support academically. We engage our entire teaching and learning team as well as student and school support team to work directly with NWEA multiple times throughout the year. Not only did we front load that work, but we're doing it each time a new assessment is released. We're actually creating an individualized support plan, one from campus-based teams, but also a secondary support from our central office teaching and learning teams and student and school support to really be able to go in and help our teachers actually work with their own individual data instead of just generic data. They're actually looking at their students with what's happening at their classrooms and helping to create plans of action.
So if a teacher is struggling or confused or not unclear as to how to use the data and how to gather the data, the best place for them to go initially would be an instructional coach on their campus, their principal, their administrator, because we all know that if this information is not making it into the classroom, it's not doing anybody any good.
Yep, you got it. That's exactly right. So yes,
okay.
Instructional coach on campus would be my first recommendation. That's always a great place to start. We also have our content coaches that we have assigned to campuses. They are on our campus every day, all day long. That would be a great person to talk to within either a literacy or math context, or during their PLC time with whether that be a principal, assistant principal, whoever may be participating there. We've got the whole team covered with being able to support our.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate that.
Next, we have Trustee Jackson.
Thank you, President Ramos. Dr. Pena, if I could you tell us the criteria of how we picked Oakhurst Elementary and Eastern Hills Elementary?
Certainly. So in order to prioritize, we tiered our schools that we identified for pre-K into 3 tiers. These schools had between 90 and 92% of the students enroll. And so as we looked at the other schools, they went up a little higher to 93, 94, 95. We actually have some greater success at some other areas. So we prioritized those schools that were in the low 90s to start these efforts so that we could recapture kids and it be more intentional with those parents in those communities.
I love the strategic approach, and I just want to ask, where are we looking at with mobility? Because I'm looking at Oakhurst, and they're 40% less than the average for the district, and Eastern Hills Elementary is 81% greater than with regard to mobility. And how does that fit in? If you could just help us understand, because I know mobility is a big challenge.
Yeah, no, certainly. For this first approach, we looked at just how many students actually returned and the confidence level they had with our schools. As our communications team goes out to the community and has focus groups, and also our parent partnerships team with Ms. Plata, and as she really works this spring to reinvent the intentionality of the family community liaisons. What we've seen is that some of our parents have lost confidence due to COVID in terms of sending their children. And so as we build that confidence, like Mr. Moore said, it's a combination of informing them about the quality of our programs, but also that we do have a safe environment, as Ms. Molinar will probably be sharing here soon, that being at school is the safest environment. I think Trustee Evans had shared that at the prior board meeting. And so we're excited to be reaching out with high intentionality, but we will certainly go back and look at our mobility and how that impacts with the actual students that enrolled. And we were just looking at pre-K, so we didn't look at the other grade levels because this was a very focused effort.
It may give us a wonderful opportunity when we're promoting the advantages of Fort Worth ISD and this neighborhood school to also talk about the fact it's important to stay in that school. I think it's wonderful, it's strategic, it's intentional, and thank you for the great work, and thanks for the answers.
Appreciate it. Thank you.
Trustee Evans, just checking in with you. You good? Okay. I think that's all the questions or comments from the board on this one. I believe we have a COVID-19 update, Dr. Scribner.
We do, and I will turn it over to our Deputy Superintendent, Karen Molinav, who will take us through that presentation.
Thank you, President Ramos and Dr. Scribner. This is our monthly COVID update that I want to go over with you. Just as a reminder, our topics around PPE distribution, our training, enrollment, our case trends, as well as our strategies. And we do have something new to share with the team this evening about our vaccination clinics. Here is our update for our PPE distribution. And just a reminder that any campus employee that has a question or a need for PPE, we have a 24-hour response email that we encourage anyone on a campus. It's PPE request at fortworthisd.org. So if ever you feel like you need additional PPE on your campus, of course, we encourage a teacher or an employee to go to their principal, but you're more than welcome to use that email, and a response will occur within 24 hours. Just an update on our training. These are our videos. We did increase a little bit, just slightly, so we're still working with some of our employees to make sure they're doing all their required training courses. So we will continue to do that and update the board next month. This is something that we were very excited about to see. You'll see for in-person, we increased 3% the beginning of the second semester over virtual. So that means we do have students returning back to our campuses the second semester. very excited to see that. And we really, we want to reiterate to all of our families at home that at any time, at any point during the school year, you are welcome, if your child is virtual, to come back and join the in-person student body. You do not have to wait to the end of a 6 weeks. It doesn't have to be a Monday, a Friday, any day that ends with Y, except for Saturday and Sunday. We welcome you to enter the doors and come join us for in-person instruction. Here's our update on our COVID trends. You'll see that our total, the summary data includes our UIL athletes as well, is 7,296. The rate, and this kind of goes back to the question that was being asked to Mr. Moore about schools being safe. You're going to notice that the positivity rate is really when it's from a contact with a family member or an exposure outside of campus. When you look at the exposed to a positive student or employee, those are not the high rates. Our campuses are safe and they are not community spread. This is just a breakdown by grade level. You will see a little higher on the elementary side because we have more students in person attending in elementary than we do in middle and high school. Here's our breakdown by our racial group. This does mirror our district enrollment breakdown by our racial group as well. This is our employee trends. You will see we use the same categories, employees who are positive, and this data course is since the beginning of the school year. Member positive, anyone who was exposed to a positive student or employee or off campus outside of a family member. So this is our staffing impact. And if you look on the left side of the screen, you're going to see a comparison for teacher absences. We actually have a decrease in absences from last school year. However, you'll see an increase in our unfilled rate due to substitutes. And that's really, we are struggling with substitutes this year, picking up, jobs. Just as adults and students and parents, some of our substitutes do have apprehension about coming onto the campus. But we are very, very pleased that our teacher absence rates are actually decreased and are lower. You're going to look on the right side of the screen. This is a comparison for all of our employees. And we see that same trend that overall as a district, our absent rate has decreased overall last year. Just a quick reminder of our strategies. We're continuing to train and support with healthy and safe practices, disinfection, cleaning, protocols, contact tracing. We have our new dashboard that's up and running. We do still have our free weekly testing for our employees as well. And something that has been added, and this is in partnership with Tarrant County Public Health, is that we have provided 2 different sites, Fort Worth ISD sites, for drive-through vaccination clinics. One is at Farrington Field and one is at Clark Stadium. So we're very happy to partner with Tarrant County Public Health to provide those 2 locations. If the board would allow me to add another very short presentation, I felt like we could not leave this meeting without, of course, giving you an update on the winter storm emergency management that we all experienced as a whole state last week. Promised to be quick, but I thought this was important information to share to our stakeholders. So we just wanted to go over our actions. So beginning two weeks ago, Wednesday, February the 10th, our ICT team, our emergency management team, we started meeting daily about the upcoming weather. Clint Bond and some other members of our ICT, they give us weather updates. We quickly had consultations with local and state authorities regarding the impact of the weather. They would take place throughout the day, all the way into the morning. 3:40 a.m. was the last call, or the first call really for the morning that would begin. Of course, we started preparing for those safety measures, instruction, as well as employees and facilities, and then communication to all of our various stakeholders. And now we're in the recovery mode, which is really damage assessment, repair, and how to return to normal operations. You know, we did return to school. We were off on Thursday, February the 11th. However, we did make the decision to return to school on Friday, February the 12th. This was intentional, and we wanted to prepare for the following week for our students and our families. The district staff alone distributed 4,304 Chromebook devices on just that Friday in preparation for what we knew would be that winter storm coming in for the week. We want to make sure if we pivoted to virtual learning, we were ready. This is just really a summary, and the board will be taking some action on some of these decisions of TEA. On Wednesday, as a district, we received notification about switching to remote learning during the weather. And of course, we did that for Thursday, and we are able to claim full day minutes. On Monday, it was a students were off. It was a flex day. It was a holiday for teachers if they had earned their flex day. They announced that districts were eligible to apply for a missed school day waiver for 3 days. We immediately, in response to that, we decided that on course Tuesday and Wednesday, that we would take advantage of those 3 days due to the impact of the weather. On Wednesday, we received information from TEA that we were actually allowed to submit a waiver for the remainder of the week, and it extended into this current week, February the 22nd through the 26th, which we needed to take advantage of Monday and Tuesday due to the damage to some of our facilities. The closure dates will not impact our 2021 school calendar. We know that's a big question for our parents and our teachers as well and our students. But at this time, if the waivers are approved, it will not impact our school calendar at all. And then we have our district response, and this just gives you a summary of Thursday. We went to remote synchronous instruction. Our exempt employees report to work remotely. Non-exempt did not report. You'll see Friday, all of our employees reported to work locations, and we provided in-person and hybrid instruction. Monday was our student holiday, except for early college, high school. Exempt employees reported to work, they worked remotely. Non-exempt did not report. Tuesday, we were closed. Exempt employees worked remotely. Non-exempt did not report Tuesday through Friday. And then the same here with Monday and Tuesday. Exempt employees reported to their work locations. However, non-exempt do not report. This does impact what you're going to have an action item this evening for a resolution. So we just want to share this summary for you in advance. One of the things that we really wanted to be intentional about was communication to our stakeholders during this past week. It was very important that we try to communicate ahead of time. And here's the cadence. I think our team's tired of hearing me say the word cadence to them, but this was our communication cadence that we used. It was the Board of Education. We, of course, notified you. Dr. Scribner was in contact as well with you. Then we wanted to go internal. So we intentionally distribute the emails to our internal employees first. Then we went out to our call outs, text messages, and so forth. Then we did our district news releases. We post to our Fort Worth ISD site, social media. We even held a principal meeting via Zoom on February the 19th. Then, of course, we did a different internal memo for some of our employees that we need to activate to assist us with damage and assessment repair. Communication to us was very intentional and important for our families as well as our employees. During this time, we still wanted to have curbside meals to go. So this week, even though we were closed Monday and Tuesday, you'll see that we offered meals to go in 25 locations, and we will continue that for Wednesday and Friday this week as well. The impact to our campuses, our district staff has worked all over throughout the weekend, as well as Monday and Tuesday, to finish the assessments and repair as well and restore connectivity. Most of our schools will return to normal operations tomorrow. So we're very excited to welcome our students back for in-person and virtual instruction, as well as our teachers and all of our employees. We do have some campuses that have some minor damage. They are safe for in-person instruction, but some of their classrooms may look a little different, the hallways. However, we are prepared to welcome. We still do have 3 campuses that will not be able to resume in person. They will have virtual instruction starting tomorrow, Bonnie Bray, West Park Elementary, and Tanglewood Elementary. And we will continue to update the parents as the repair works are completed. And then we do have additional repair works, but even though they'll be doing virtually only, as soon as we can have in-person on those 3 campuses, we will get our students back in. Wellness checks. One of the things that our team really wanted to focus on was making contact with our students as well as our employees. So we were very intentional about asking our exempt employees, our teachers, as well as our counselors to reach out. Even with the 3 campuses that were being closed, our teachers today and part of yesterday reached out to each family to make sure they understood that they would be starting virtual instruction. This is really important to us for the wellness checks, really to assess our student family wellness. We do have resources we want to share with them, and of course address any concerns before they return to campus, or even for our virtual students who may not return to campus tomorrow. So what's our next steps? You'll have board action this evening for a resolution for pay. In March, we will be bringing you our TEA missed school day waivers for board action. We'll probably do that during our board workshop. We'll continue to assess and repair, as well as assess financial impact and potential insurance claims. Mr. Ball has been working very closely with operations. And then lastly, but the most important topic is continue to communicate. Before we end, I cannot thank enough our operations division and the team that has been out there, and our safety and security who have been checking our buildings. We're out on the roads as soon as it was safe for them to do so, and have been working not just over the weekend, but into the night, and just continuously updating the team. We met all throughout the weekend as well, sometimes into the evening. But then our teachers for always being on standby to support our students as well as our principals. So at this time, I'm concluded if there's any questions.
Thank you, Ms. Miller. First up, we have Mr. Robbins.
Thank you, President Ramos. I would just like to thank the staff for the initiatives to make sure that our employees learn about these developments before they hear them from some outside source. I think that is so important, and you all have done a wonderful job in that regard. So thank you.
Trustee Robbins. Next, we have Trustee Dorr.
I just want to say thank you to all of the staff and faculty, because I am certain that there are people who aren't taking personal days because they know that if they do, they're going to leave somebody else in a lurch. And that means that we are working as a team. And that is a personal sacrifice for teachers, for faculty members, for administrators, for bus drivers, for cafeteria staff, for every single person that affects the education of children. Thank you for showing up and for being there, knowing that subs are limited and there's probably not somebody that, or there may not be somebody that could take your place. So thank you for being there. And I want to say thank you to our leadership team for making decisions to keep us safe this past week, but also doing so everything you could possibly legally to not add days to our school year. Thank you. They're critical, but thank you for doing everything you could legally to keep our calendar intact. I appreciate that. And keep us safe, same time.
Just checking in with my colleagues. It looks like those are all the questions or comments.
My hand was raised, sir.
Sorry, go ahead, Q, and then Anaya.
All right, no problem. Thank you so much, President Ramos. I got to have my black hand up there, man, so maybe you couldn't see it. Hey, thank y'all so much. Thank y'all so much, seriously, to all the team. the stuff that y'all have been dealing with over the past, I guess, about calendar year, the flexibility. Thank you, thank you, thank you. And I mean, that's all the way up, Dr. Scribner, to you, all the way down to every single employee, the flexibility and the way we just haven't been doing to make sure our kids got what they need, to make sure they're safe and make sure we're functioning. Y'all have been amazing. Seriously, I appreciate all of you. Again, my only question is, and I'm pleased with the COVID report as well. And thank you so much for that, Ms. Mullen, over everything you've been doing with that. The only question I have is I know that we're having issues with the subs. By all means, I completely get why that would be the case. How are we being creative with that? I mean, because we're plugging along. So I mean, do we have district efforts as far as what that looks like, or is campus kind of just handling that as they, approach it as far as how they're able to handle? We got kids in class and don't have somebody to cover, having them maneuver. So I mean, is there something systemically district-wise we're doing, or is that more of a campus level? Just trying to make sure we're plugging and playing correct.
Sure, we have actually 3 tiers of how we do cover any classroom that does not have a sub. The first tier is at the campus. Many times the campus, they're the problem solvers first. Of course, they know their teachers, they know the environment, but we have put as the first tier any available personnel such as an instructional coach, a data analyst, even administrator, anyone extra on that leadership team would cover the classroom. So we're not adding and putting students together. Sometimes that has been the case, but we're always looking at what the numbers for the in-person, because we want to make sure we promote social distancing as well. The second tier is that we do have different support staff at teaching and learning assigned in the regions, and then we activate them to go out to the campuses. Even on Friday, Friday with a 10th, I think, I don't even remember my days now, the 11th. That one Friday we returned back to school where the roads were a little messy. We had a lot of absences. So like teaching and learning and student school and support, their staff went directly out to campuses to support our campuses that we pulled the sub absence report, and we saw which campuses had high needs, and those support staff went directly out. The third tier is that everyone in central administration who are not assigned to a campus that have a teaching certification or they don't even have to have a teaching certification. If there's any way that they can go and help a school in a time of need who have a high absence rate, that third tier, then we ask them to go out and help as well.
Perfect. And I see the absences are down, and although we don't want anyone affected with COVID at all in any way, it's very encouraging as well to see how we're handling it at our level, at the school district level in our campuses, and it is showing that the spread is not happening within our buildings, and that is so very, very encouraging to be able to see. So again, just kudos to you all. Thank you, like for real, for everything you're doing, the flexibility, the ingenuity, the overtime, because I really feel like y'all don't get breaks or time off ever again now. So thank you all. Amazing job, y'all.
Thank you, President Ramos. I want to thank the team for the constant communication that we got for the last 2 weeks or week and a half. And I want to thank the principals, the teachers, and the operations. I know that our custodians, as soon as it was safe to drive, they were at schools, preventing a small leak from becoming a big problem. So I want to thank all of our employees who were working over the weekend, cleaning up our schools so we can come back to the classroom tomorrow morning.
Thank you. I don't think we have any other questions or comments. Is that right from the board? Okay. Thank you, Dr. Scribner and Ms. Molinar. We will going to be moving on to consent agenda. Let me pull up the screen. So as board president, I'm making the following statement in accordance with board policy BBFA local. This is a reminder to all board members of the legal conflict of interest requirements and disclosure requirements you may have for matters under consideration on the agenda for this meeting. If required by law, board members shall recuse themselves from all discussion and shall abstain from voting on any matter pertaining to such a disclosure. Do we have any questions or comments concerning agenda item? Trustee Evans.
Thank you so much. My question is about number 6, the energy savings contract addendum. Could you just explain it a little to me? I don't have it up right now because my mouse is not working and I can't pull it up, but so the contract's $7 million and our projected savings is 7.2. That seems like a lot of money to spend for just a projected savings, something we're not certain of. So maybe I'm misunderstanding this.
President Ramos, if you would, I'd like to turn it over to Mike Ball, who can shed some light on that topic.
Thank you.
Thank you, President Ramos. Dr. Scribner, that's a great question, Trustee Evans. Actually, this contract proposal with Synergistic is we are currently in the very beginning of year 5 of a 5-year contract with them. They have brought significant value to the district in that before we engaged Synergistic, our annual utility spend was in the neighborhood of $18.2 million. And so they have brought that number down to about $14.8 million annually. And so they have achieved significant savings. Also, our cost per square foot has gone down. We've actually added about 200,000 square feet to the district's facility footprint during the time that they've been working with us. And they also provide 6 energy specialists that help us to, they do the settings for the various buildings and operate our energy management system. And so they have brought significant value to us. What this renewal proposal is they approached us with the idea that we would convert this existing contract, which still has a year left on its term. They would convert that to a fixed rate contract at about half the average price that we've been paying, and that we are still obligated to pay for the last year of that contract term. And so the savings of $7.2 million is the savings over the entire 4-year proposed period, which includes the final year of the existing contract and the 3-year renewal term. So during that period of time, the savings in the fee that they're offering to us would be about $7.2 million. And so the other thing that's driving our recommendation for the board to approve this renewal is that data suggests that, and I've seen the data on at least one district that suggests that when this in districts where they have allowed this program to lapse within a year, the energy consumption typically returns back to the levels that existed at pre-programmed levels. And so what the district saves is not only the fee savings here by the sort of a half price deal, if you will, but the district also saves the energy consumption that would very likely exist if this program were to lapse.
Any other questions on that one? Trustee Evans? Okay. I guess I'll just briefly piggyback since we're on that one, and I see my other colleagues' hands. Mr. Ball, my concerns with this item in the past has been teachers and students alerting me that, it's, and for this probably for facilities and Dr. Scribner, you know, that the rooms are too hot, the rooms are too cold, the heat. So, you know, I'm somewhat familiar with this group and, you know, the unsatisfactory responses from folks with, you know, that it may take a while to turn the heat on, it may take a while to turn the air conditioning on. Those are just my concerns. Just wanted to see if that's been part of the conversation. And one example was when I called Dr. Scribner that there was STAR testing, and my son was at JP Elder, and he stepped out in the hallway to call me in between classes because his teachers had asked him to call me to alert me that this company had somehow, some way, not whatever communicated with the administration. Bottom line is that kids were taking the STAR testing with a lot of heat. It was hot in their classrooms. So that's what's has me concerned with this. I just wanted to see if that's been a conversation and, you know, what
President
what your
Ramos,
thoughts are.
those.
Yeah, but Mike, some of that took place prior to your arrival. I know I can speak, and I thank the board for approving, particularly at a couple of our older campuses who experienced deferred maintenance over previous years. I think JP Elder is one of those that the board approved a multi-million-dollar investment in a new HVAC system. So in some of those cases, certainly we want to make sure that the Synergistics staff is responding appropriately. And in other of those, it's a function of our infrastructure challenges. And thanks again to the board for approving the investments in the 2017 bond and moving forward. We certainly see, given the older buildings and the older pipes and the reaction that we've had to clean up here after this last week, we anticipate a need for further investment moving forward. That's separate from your question. I apologize, President Ramos, but I just wanted to provide that context before Mike addresses that.
Thank you, Dr. Scribner and President Ramos. Yes, those have been part of the conversations. In fact, as Dr. Scribner said, we are challenged in that we have somewhere in the teens, the number 18 comes to mind, campuses that are still using hot water radiant heat, which is the same kind of heat that was in the building that I went to high school in another community. And you can tell by looking at me that was a long time ago, and we're still operating some facilities with the same kinds of systems. And so we actually have had conversations with Synergistic about that very topic. And I would submit that because of the work that they do and these 6 dedicated energy specialists, probably there would be more comfort issues were they not in place than we have with them in place. And I think as Dr. Scribner said, we're grateful for the board and our community's willingness to invest in these facilities as we continue to see the need to upgrade and replace some of those outdated systems. So I think Synergistic has done a great job in making it not as bad as it could be, I guess is the way I would put it.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Ball. I will respectfully disagree, but I'll leave it at that.
Yeah.
Trustee Jackson.
Thank you, President Ramos. So I'm reading in the 5th part, and I apologize, my bird won't be quiet, and there's not much I can do about it. You guys are probably used to it. I'm not, and I'll keep apologizing. It talks about this contract shall terminate on March 31st, 2025. Can you tell me what action we are taking tonight, Mr. Ball, on this contract? Are we extending this? I mean, this is a pretty complex contract. I don't see any metrics that tell us the amount of money we've saved. You know, I'm having a hard time understanding it. We're going into post-COVID economy, and I understand that we need to save money, but what I'm seeing is $7.1 million and then a difference of $143.9. I'm not quite understanding this is really complex, and I don't think it needs to be that complex, and that makes me think that it's complex for a reason. And so I just need to understand it better, or I'm going to have to vote. I'm going to have to ask for it to go to from consent to action and vote against it because I don't understand it.
Well, that's a great question, Trustee Jackson. I think the essence of it is, it does two things. First of all, the structure of it, it's an addendum to the existing contract.
Okay.
Which the board approved in December of 2017 and actually was executed in February of 2018. I'm sorry, I'm thinking about the wrong contract. This one was executed in 2016. It's a 5-year contract, and we are currently in the 5th year. And so the addendum does two things. It alters the last year of the current contract, and it cuts the average fee by about 50% and converts it to a fixed fee arrangement for not only the final 11 months of the existing contract, but then the subsequent 36 months thereafter. So and that's where the savings that's mentioned in the agenda item comes from. It's the difference between what we're currently obligated to pay through about this time next year, and extrapolates that out over the 36 additional months. And so that's the essence of it. It converts the existing deal to a fixed rate fee. And the reason for that is because this was a 5-year contract, and obviously Synergistic would like to continue the arrangement. I believe it's in the best interest of the district to continue the arrangement because, as was said earlier, data shows that if the program is allowed to lapse, that energy consumption rapidly goes back to the levels it was before this program began. And the other reason is that the reason Synergistic is able to do this is because a lot of their costs are incurred in the first years of the contract when they're analyzing data, gathering data, spending a lot of time in the buildings, tweaking the settings on some of the equipment and so forth. And so that a lot of that work has been done. And so they're able to continue the savings by utilizing these 6 energy specialists who spend their full time trying to conserve energy in the district. And so I think that's the essence of it. And certainly it is, it's not a back of an envelope type of contract, but all of that language is there to state, I think, what I just summarized, hopefully.
Well, I'm not sure that I understand the rationale for us not seeing true savings, like savings per building, changes when 13 high schools that have been reconstructed that are now more energy efficient, those kind of things. I'm just not seeing a comprehensive review here. And I mean, this could be the best thing since sliced bread, but I don't see the data, and it just concerns me. This is a lot of money. And I don't have anything positive or negative to say about the company. I don't know anything about it, but I would just feel better if we had more information, or if the company were reporting to us and explaining, because it's important that we are conserving energy, and we know that, especially after last week. And we're a high utilizer of energy. So I'm very much in favor of us saving energy and being as green as we can be. But I also think when we have something that says $7 million on it, that we should have some data. So I'm just going to ask if we can either wait until we can get some data, or if we can pull this from consent to action, I would be most appreciative.
We've got, so just to make sure, Trustee Jackson, you asking the table, you asking to pull it off for a separate conversation and vote? Okay.
Yes, sir. If we could, thank you. Thank you so
no,
much.
You got it, noted. Trustee Dar?
Yes, mine was, so if we're pulling this off of the consent agenda, does it need a second? No, okay. And then that means that we'll continue this conversation when we get to that action item. So I'm not going to make my comments regarding that at this time. I do have a question regarding the, just a minute. Letter E on the consent agenda item, approved financial advisory services agreement renewal. That information in the board book also is very sparse, and this is a significant commitment because we are being asked to continue for, through, how long are we being asked to continue? I'm sorry.
Trustee Dar, that renewal is a 1 year. It's a recommendation to renew that contract for 1 year.
Okay.
It expires actually the 27th of this month is when it actually expires.
Okay, thank you. And yet there's really no data to show. I know we're looking at a financial report, and that's part of what was in the board book, but I don't have any reason to know that this is the best, that this company is going to get us the biggest bang for our buck. And so it's hard for me to know, should I continue and want to approve this contract if I don't know if I don't have any comparative data?
It's a great point, Trustee Dar. This is an arrangement that is very difficult to compare apples to apples. The financial advisory team that we have is composed of Estrada Hinojosa, which is a firm, as the name would imply, is a minority firm, a historically underutilized business qualified firm, and they have partnered with RBC Capital Markets, which is an international financial institution. So they touch two bases there, in that they are a minority firm combined with an international financial institution. The Estrada Hinojosa group also owns property in the district, and have some of their principals have family members here, so they're a sort of local as well. And they have actually done an excellent job for the district. We have had the last two bond sales that we have had, one of which I was involved in. The firm has brought to us deals that have enabled us. The last two that we've had, the Series 2019A bond sale had a true interest cost of 2.46%. This was a $150 million transaction. The 2020 series, which I was involved in, resulted in that was a $140 million deal, resulted in a true interest cost of 1.98%. So the district issued 25-year debt, $140 million in it for a 1.98% interest rate. And there has been some conversation about low coupon rates in the long end of the yield curve. And since we heard that comment, we've actually done some research, and we've compared our sales with some sales of similarly sized districts and even larger districts across the state. In October of 2020, Cypress Fairbanks had a $387 million deal, and they had the same, actually identical coupon rates for the maturity years 2041 through 2044, which was 2.25%. We saw the same thing in Spring Branch and a very similar thing in Fort Bend ISD. And I can tell you that in the previous district from which I just came a year ago, we had a similar situation there. And what we're seeing is the demand of the purchasers of our bonds is changing, and we're fortunate to have a financial advisory team that's responding to those market changes. And so I think the team that we have has put us in a good spot to be able to get the best interest rates that save our taxpayers money over the next generation, really, as we issue bonds to pay for the investments in some of the facilities that we've just described in the previous item. And the other thing that I think that the board would want to be aware of is that we have a couple of things. We have some significant financial transactions that we really need to be working on in the next couple of months. And our financial advisory team really can't provide us advice after their contract expires. And we need to do some refunding of existing debt to take advantage of the historic low interest rates that we see today. And the other thing that's coming up is we need to actually issue the last tranche of the 2017 bond authorization, because our construction department is doing such a great job of bringing those projects in early and under budget that we're going to need to sell bonds in order to continue the cash flow of those projects. And so those are some factors, I think, that lead us to recommend that the board renew this contract for a year to enable us to get through the refundings that we need to do, so that we don't let the market rate start back up before we can get those transactions done, and that we can get the what you would call a new money sale of this last tranche of the 2017. And those are pretty urgent matters that are before us from a financial standpoint, and the team that we have is positioned to help us through that. And it's our recommendation that the board approve this renewal.
Thank you for that information. I am going to express a little frustration right now, because we are in the 11th hour, and I understand that these things need to be done. And I'm being asked to vote on something with absolutely no data to support it. And that's frustrating for me, because I have been taxed with the responsibility of making sure that we are using our finances responsibly. And I'm trying very hard to do that, but I can't do that without data. And yet I want to be able to refinance too, and take advantage of some of these lower rates, but I don't know. I don't have the information I need in order to know that this is the company that we need to be doing the business with. I don't have the information to know that it isn't either. So therein lies my frustration. And I wish I don't know why we waited until the last minute to put this on the agenda. I would like to pull this item also and put it on the action agenda and continue this conversation.
Got it, noted.
Thank you.
You got it. Next, we've got Trustee Brookins.
So I'm going to have a question for that one, and then one back for the energy. So for the financial advisory, you said that this was for us to approve it for 1 year. What happens after the year is up? Do we have to continue to approve it every year? Is it just a 1 year, or?
It's a great question, Trustee Brookins. The current the district had a competitive process in 2018, where we took requests for proposals, selected the team that we have, and in the initial term of that was for 3 years, and the existing contract provides for 3 one-year renewal options. And so it's very typical in lots of contracts that the district does to have an initial term that's a multiple year term with some number of one-year renewals at the end of it. And so this is very typical of contract arrangements the district does, and it simply allows the district to have the flexibility to continue a relationship that with a firm that's doing a good job, but it gives the district the option to terminate that arrangement if they are not. And so that's the thinking in these contracts where there's a multiple year initial term and then a series of one-year renewals. And certainly it's our recommendation that the board exercise that one-year renewal that was part of the initial deal. And then at this point next year, the decision would have to be made again, as it is this year. Do we renew that for another 1 year, or do we go back out and have some sort of a request for proposals process?
And to that point, if I may, President Ramos, Trustee Brookins, Mr. Ball is correct that the decision would be made a year from now, but certainly a process for a new RFP would happen much sooner than 11 months from now.
And if there was a process for the new RFP, I know that you were saying there's some things that we needed to get done like quickly. Is that going to put everything on the back burner for a little while, or are we still going to be able to move on even though?
Right.
We're
Mr.
going
Ball,
through the
maybe
process.
if Mike Ball, if you could correct me or clarify, but certainly from what I am hearing, that there are, given the low interest rates, given the speed with which the 2017 bond is being completed, and again, schools closed for several months helped accelerate that. But we're really moving at a solid pace, coming in within budget. We're going to have an opportunity to really do some good things. The low interest rates in the short term, it is the administration's recommendation that we extend this for 1 year. However, we would not need to wait 10 or 11 months to discuss an RFP for moving forward beyond that 1 year. I would suggest starting that conversation within the next 6 months or so.
Okay. My other question was about the energy. So after our crazy weather that we just had, and this being an addendum, what is prohibiting them from putting together another addendum because of what we just experienced, to increase or hike the rates in order to cover for what we just had, or compensate for what we just had?
That's a great question, Trustee Brookins, and I appreciate you asking. It gives me an opportunity to explain that this is not the company from whom we buy the actual commodity of electricity. This company is just helping us reduce our consumption levels, and that's what their program is. It's really a behavior modification program where we are, we're operating in a manner to be the most efficient in our utilization of electricity and other utilities as well. And so we buy the commodity of electricity from other firms other than Synergistic. They don't sell electricity. They simply help organizations reduce their energy consumption.
And if I may, President Ramos, Trustee Brookins, also with the use of technology, Mike talked about the investment in year one. I remember when I was a principal, if there was a basketball game on Saturday night, you kind of left the air conditioning on throughout the weekend. With this company, you're able to program it, power down Friday nights in the morning, cool the building for the game, and then again on Sunday. Granted, we all know of examples where that hasn't worked perfectly, but in the aggregate, we have 12 million square feet of facilities, and we're spending 18.2 million a year on energy, and now we're spending 14.8 on energy. That $3.2 million savings over the 5-year period is $17 million. So those are the kinds of savings that we want to continue to experience.
So do we know that the schools that have a lot of portables that are not insulated, are they using more energy? Is that something that they can tell us, or is that something for an energy company to let us know?
We do. That's a great question, Trustee Brookins. We do have data on that. I don't have it at my fingertips, but we could certainly get you data on that. And I think it would be a fair statement that a portable probably uses more energy than a comparable square footage in a traditional building. But all across the district, as Dr. Scribner indicated, Synergistic works to try to strategize with us on how we can be as efficient as possible with our energy consumption.
In fact, there is an app, Synergistic Executive app, that does break down the energy usage, in most cases savings, by school. I'm trying to figure out if it's by room in each school, but we certainly can.
Thank you.
Next, we have Trustee Jackson.
Just a quick question. I guess, Dr. Scribner, you kind of helped me understand what I don't understand, which happens frequently. So Synergistic, if they would just tell us what were the savings comprised of, was it due to more efficient buildings? Was it due to their software being more efficient? How I don't know that kilowatt hour purchases or cost of nat gas decreased. Those are the things that I'm concerned about. I am very much in favor of this program, but what I'd like to be able to do is show the public how we truly are saving money for our taxpayers and how we're providing the best environment for our employees and our students.
And we certainly can ask Synergistic to provide that. I know in other communities, they have been able to make presentations at either a board meeting or in a community forum. We want to be careful that we're certainly being balanced and providing the whole story. But you're absolutely right. There is significant savings in the aggregate, and there are outlier schools that we need to either celebrate or.
Well, and there are also, their work has just begun. So there are also schools, obviously there are outliers, as you say, that will need the work, and these savings may not have plateaued. They may continue to have a trend, a downward trend in savings, meaning a positive savings of dollars.
That is correct. I think the $3.4 million in energy savings a year is not a stagnant number. That can be fluid, and as we upgrade the HVA systems and other kinds of things, we would see an additional savings. But again, the negotiation there is who gets credit for those savings. Is it a function of Synergistics, or is it a function of the board's investment in our systems? And we certainly are going to watch that very carefully. I know Mike interacts with the Synergistic folk on a fairly regular basis.
Well, there's also a wonderful opportunity for a sustainability model to engage our children as well and have this company educate them. So there are a lot of opportunities.
You're absolutely right, and I think we're open to all of that.
I think Trustee Evans has a question or comment.
Yes, thank you. Mr. Ball, you mentioned something earlier. I want to go back to item E about how Estrada Hinojosa is a local firm, but they're partnering with an international firm. I think you said it started with an R. I'm sorry, I don't remember the name. Are we double paying? Are they fee splitting? I just want to make sure we're not out more because we now have the services of two institutions, not one. And then I can't pull the contract up because my touchpad is not working, but I looked at it earlier and I've seen contracts like this before, like even with my own financial advisor. It's like a contingency or transactional basis, and this one seemed different. Could you just explain the fee structure for this addendum?
Yeah, great question, Trustee Evans. The name of the two firms are Estrada Hinojosa and RBC Capital Markets. And RBC is the international firm, and Estrada Hinojosa is more of what you would call a regional firm, probably. And in terms of the fee arrangement, it is a transactional contract. In other words, they don't make any money unless we actually have a transaction. And so and that's just the way it works in the municipal bond market. That's true of all of the team members that participate in a municipal bond transaction. The bond counsel, the credit rating agencies, the underwriting team, the financial advisors, they all are only paid when a deal closes and funds. And so that's really pretty much how that space operates. And so this is just renewing the same fee structure that was put in place in 2018 when the original deal was signed. But it is based on the transaction. It's so much per bond.
Is there a separate fee to RBC and Estrada Hinojosa, or are they fee splitting?
Yeah, thank you. I failed to address that part of your question. They are fee splitting. We are not paying double. They are splitting the fee. It'd be the same fee that we'd be paying another firm if we didn't use them.
Okay, thank you.
Looks like those are all of the questions from the board. Just to be clear, we are pulling 8B6 at the request of Trustee Jackson. We are pulling 8E at the request of Trustee Dart. Move on to rest here. The time is 8:48 p.m. The date is Tuesday, February 23rd, 2021. We will now recess and reconvene virtually for executive session as authorized by Chapter 551, the Texas Government Code under sections 551.071, 0.072, 0.074, and 0.076. We'll see the rest of you on the executive session. Gonna get us started. In accordance with the open meetings law, the board opened the meeting at 5:30 p.m. in a private video conference with a quorum present, recessed and reconvened, open session virtually, adjourned regular session, convened executive session, adjourned executive session, and now reconvened open session at 9:09 p.m. in the public virtual video conference with a quorum present. Trustees who are present virtually are, and I'll just ask that you respond by saying present. Trustee Jackson?
Present.
Thank you. Trustee Phillips?
Present.
Thank you. Trustee Brookins?
Present.
Thank you. Trustee Evans?
Present.
Thank you. Trustee Dar?
Present.
Thank you. Trustee Robbins?
Present.
Thank you. Trustee Luébanos?
Present.
Thank you. Trustee Paz?
Present.
Thank you. And I'm Trustee Ramos, and I'm present. We will move on to number 12, which is accepting consent agenda items minus 8B6, which was approved energy savings contract addendum, and also minus 8E, approved financial advisory services agreement renewal. Looking to accept consent agenda item minus those two items. Motion?
So moved.
Thank you. I have a motion by Trustee Evans. Do we have a second?
Second, Jackson.
Thank you. We have a second by Trustee Jackson. I'll call on each trustee just in case if there's any discussion on consent agenda minus those two items. Trustee Jackson?
No discussion.
Thank you. Trustee Phillips?
No discussion.
Thank you. Trustee Brookins?
No discussion.
Thank you. Trustee Evans?
No discussion.
Thank you. Trustee Dar?
No discussion.
Thank you. Trustee Robbins?
No discussion.
Thank you. Trustee Luébanos?
No discussion.
Thank you. Trustee Paz?
No discussion.
Thank you. And I have no discussion, so we'll move to vote. As I call your names, trustees, please say yes or no on consent agenda as presented, minus the two items. Trustee Jackson?
Yes.
Thank you. Trustee Phillips?
Yes.
Thank you. Trustee Brookins?
Yes.
Thank you. Trustee Evans?
Yes.
Thank you. Trustee Dar?
Yes.
Thank you. Trustee Robbins?
Yes.
Thank you. Trustee Luébanos?
Yes.
Thank you. Trustee Paz?
Yes.
Thank you. And I am Trustee Ramos, and I vote yes. So the motion to accept consent agenda minus the two items is passed unanimously, 9-4-0 against. Moving on to 13A, we'll begin with first item up is 8B6, which is approved energy savings contract addendum. Do I have a motion or Trustee Paz, you have a hand up?
Yes, so moved.
Okay, so we have a motion by Trustee Paz.
Second.
We have a second by Trustee Robbins. Sorry, I'm going to go to discussion. I'm going to call on each trustee for any questions or comments. Trustee Jackson.
Thank you, President Ramos. I'll be voting against this because I don't feel that we have enough information to make this kind of a financial commitment. I'm certainly open to delaying it until the next board meeting until we can get further information. Either way, thank you.
Okay. Thank you. Trustee Phillips.
Thank you, President Ramos. I think that Trustee Jackson just said it very well. I wouldn't have a problem with it either, but I think those comments are right on point. Thank Trustee Evans for raising the question in the first place. I do think this could end up being good, but it would be good to have further information and clarification when we're making such a decision such as this. So appreciate that.
Thank you. Trustee Brookins.
Yes, I agree. Since the original contract was made before I was here, I'd like to have more data on that as well.
Okay. Trustee Evans.
Could we remand for further study, or would that be a separate motion?
Go ahead, Benjamin.
Trustee Evans, that would be a separate motion. I believe the motion made by Trustee Paz was to approve as recommended. So somebody could either make an amended motion, and we could kind of go through that process, or she could voluntarily rescind her motion, and the trustee who made the second could rescind it as well. And if somebody wants to make or amend her own motion, we could go that route, or somebody could make an amended motion. It's up to y'all.
And if it's just for clarification, legal counsel, if it's voted down anyway, wouldn't that kind of go back to staff anyway, or what are your thoughts?
Yes, if there's a motion and then there's a second and a vote and it doesn't pass, actually it doesn't pass. The addendum doesn't get passed.
Okay. Trustee Evans, thoughts?
Well, if I could at this time make an amended motion to remand for further study, or if I need to wait and make that motion, I can.
Okay. Legal counsel Castillo, what do you recommend?
That's good. We have a motion to amend the main motion to remand for further study to administration. So if somebody wants to second that, they can.
Second, Jackson.
Okay. We have a motion to amend for further study. We have a second by Jackson. So we're going to vote on that item first. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Should I not continue? Should I go ahead and continue with?
Technically, under Roberts, there's no discussion on a motion to amend the main motion. So I think it's best if we just go ahead and vote on the amendment.
Okay. So we have a motion to amend for further to send it for further study. We have a second by. We have a motion by Trustee Evans. Sorry, go ahead.
Can I make a just get a point of clarification? We are voting to accept the amended motion, and then we will vote on the amended motion, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. So voting to accept the amended motion, we'll begin with Trustee Jackson.
Yes.
Trustee Phillips.
Yes.
Trustee Brookins.
Yes.
Trustee Evans.
Yes.
Trustee Dar.
Yes.
Trustee Robbins.
No.
Trustee Luevanos.
No.
Trustee Paz.
No.
Okay. And I'm Trustee Ramos, and I will vote no as well. So, am I missing someone?
No, I think you got everybody, President Ramos. So now the amended motion has become the main motion, and you guys could discuss the motion on the table, which is to remand back to administration.
Okay. So discussion, going to call on each trustee on this one. Trustee Jackson.
No further discussion.
Okay. Trustee Phillips.
Yes, sir. Thank you, President Ramos. Yeah, just to staff, as y'all well know, simple is always better for me. So, yeah, just simply being able to lay out, what those cost savings will look like, what is it that we're actually spending versus what we're saving, what they would do. I just think it'll do a great, very clear that we understand. I think that's the only thing that kind of got me over here. Thank you, President Ramos.
Thank you. We'll have staff do that.
Trustee Brookins.
No further comments.
Trustee Evans.
No discussion.
Trustee Dar.
I have a couple of questions and specific requests. Mr. Ball, you mentioned several times that the data shows that when a contract like this is allowed to lapse, that the energy costs go up. If we can see that data, I understand it may not be specifically for Fort Worth ISD, but the data that you're referring to with that comment would be helpful. Also, I'm still struggling with the math of all this, and it helped when Dr. Scribner said that over 5 years we have saved $17 million. Is that correct? Approximately.
Yeah, we certainly will come back with specific numbers. Yes.
Okay, there were also several additional costs that were in the contract that had me a bit perplexed. One of them was on page 1 of the contract. It mentions at the bottom in the paragraph on 3C that the district must license the energy accounting software program and pay the licensing fees from Energy CAP. So that appears to be an additional fee on top of the $7,751,000. And then there's also on the second page, number 6, there is a paragraph in here regarding the fees, and it mentions that the district shall pay Synergistic a fee in an amount equal to 50% multiplied by the total savings for that month. So basically they're getting half of the money that we save. And that word actually is in there. I looked because I thought maybe it's either or, but no, it says and for each month of the final 13 months beginning on March 1st of the term and the 36 months during the extended term, the district shall pay Synergistic the amount of $143,900. So when I did the math, that's 49 months because it's 13 months and then it's 36 months, and 49 times $143,000, $143,900 equals the $7,051,000 that's listed as the contract price. So that tells me that the 50% of any of our savings is not included in the amount that we will actually be paying. So we'll get part of the money in the savings, I suppose, and then they'll get 50% of that savings as well. And really savings isn't, well, it's savings. So those are some numbers that concern me because the number on this consent agenda item is $7,051,100. And yet there appear to be some additional fees in the contract that we will have to pay.
Right. And we certainly will summarize, we'll provide both. We'll provide the detailed numbers in the contract that you're referring to, but also a crosswalk kind of summary. The big issue here is knowing that the $7 million is after any fees, but energy use is down around 28%, the $7 million savings. We want to continue to benefit from that without taking away from student and staff comfort. So we will put paper to pen and make a presentation to you in the meantime. So when we bring this back to the board, you'll have sufficient information in order to make an informed decision.
Thank you. I appreciate that. And I'd also like to know, I'm aware that, so we're hiring an outside company to come in and help us with our energy efficiency, but yet we have internal employees also that is a primary responsibility. So what is their role in this process? And are we paying another company to do something that some of our people can do, or are we hiring people that another company is already doing?
Yeah, we can provide the narrative there. I think the big takeaway here is before bringing the company on, we were spending about $18.2 million and the 28% savings after they came on. But we'll provide both all three. We'll provide the detailed numbers in the contract, the summarized version, as well as the narrative.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate that.
Thank you.
Okay, next discussion, Trustee Robbins.
No discussion.
Thank you. Discussion, Trustee Lewinos.
No discussion.
Thank you. Discussion, Trustee Paz.
Yes. So when was this added to the agenda?
It was on from agenda review, I believe.
Okay, I thought someone earlier had said that it was added at the last minute. Maybe that was the other item that we're voting on separately.
And this is a few Fridays ago.
Okay, so I want to just take an opportunity to refer back to our governance work and the commitments that we've made as a board when it comes to, being focused on student achievement and holding the school district accountable. When it comes to, so with both of these items, my comments are pertaining to both of them, so I'm just going to say this once. I don't want to discount any of the questions that have been asked tonight, and I think you made some very good points. I think everyone has asked good questions and have made good points, but ultimately, we as the board do not select who the company is that conducts work, and we are not, we approve it. And when the superintendent and our staff comes to us and says, this is something that we believe that we need to do in our strategy to improve student outcomes across Fort Worth ISD, we have a responsibility to support them and then hold them accountable for that strategy. And the more that we as board members become involved and get into the weeds of the who and the how, the more in the way that we are getting for student outcomes. And I just want us to be conscious of that with both of these issues. And I know it's not so much this one, but the next one, I know that I have gotten the emails and the phone calls and had people showing up at my work to lobby me and to try to win over that service. And so I can only make the assumption that others have as well. And I want to just put it out there on the table and acknowledge that I know there are political factors at play, and I hope that we can remain committed as we move forward through this process. And at the end of the day, this is saving money that will be able to go towards educating kids. The next item we're going to vote on, that's a longtime vendor that has done a great job for Fort Worth ISD. And just 2 weeks ago, we gave another similar vendor, 3 more years to a no bid, to a contract that they haven't had to compete in a competitive process for, and it will be over a decade. So, I just want to be cognizant that we are staying focused and keeping our eye on the prize, and keeping the politics, as our president likes to call them, out of our boardroom, because really that's the ultimate goal.
Okay, thank you, Trustee Paz. I guess I'll say this to veggie back off of your comments, Trustee Paz. From my standpoint, I think I made it pretty clear here during the conversation of consent agenda. I'm not a fan of this particular item, and yet I catch myself in that governance role of, I've been able to ask the questions, use the time from from agenda review to now. While I respectfully disagree with some of the reasoning, it is a recommendation from our superintendent and the administration. And as I'll recall my commitment at our retreat of Lone Star Governance, and this is connected to that same one you just mentioned, Trustee Paz, that the last board meeting we had, one that has historically been contentious. And same reasoning from there to here. I am not an expert in energy, nor am I an expert in financial business. And so I'm going to adhere to my role. I had plenty of time to ask my questions, and feel compelled that although I may not personally agree, I can't counter Mr. Ball in Superintendent Scribner on this one. So I will support the recommendation of the administrative team. So now we're going to move to vote. Yes, no, or abstain. So we'll begin with District 2 Trustee Toby Jackson to accept the amended motion to remand it back to staff.
Well, yes, President Ramos, is an opportunity before the actual vote takes place to.
Sure, you can, if there's any other comment, absolutely.
Just from what Trustee Paz and what you were able to say, President Ramos, and yes, y'all are definitely on point, particularly Trustee Paz. I appreciate you always centering us back on student outcome. And just my point of view, just being clear, and I won't speak for everyone, but definitely my point of view is not that I want to go against the recommendation of our CFO or our superintendent. I do think we're entitled to proper information. That's all that's being asked for here, is just clarification and information. I don't care to pick the vendor and none of that other stuff, but as long as we can just get good information, so at least we know what we're voting. That's the only thing that's being asked, at least on my end. So I just wanted to make that clarification. But you're right, Trustee Paz and President Ramos. Thank you.
Yeah,
And that's why I said these are fair questions, and it's it's understandable. But I just want to as we start to, I see us starting to move into that. I just want to bring us back to center. So nothing but love.
I'd like to say that last meeting, that was my goal, was to get additional information on a contract we'd had for 10 years and to do a little bit more due diligence, and nobody wanted to do that. So I don't understand.
Trustee Robin. No, any other discussion from the board? Looks like no other discussion, so we're going to move to vote. We'll begin with Trustee Jackson.
Yes.
Trustee Phillips.
Yes.
Trustee Brookins.
Yes.
Trustee Evans.
Yes.
Trustee Dar.
Yes.
Trustee Robbins.
No.
Trustee Lebanos.
Nope.
Trustee Paz.
No.
And I'm Trustee Ramos, and I will also vote no. So this one will pass 5-4 and 4 against. We'll move on to item 8E, which is approved financial advisory services agreement renewal. Do I have a motion?
So moved.
Motion by Trustee Phillips. Do we have a second?
Second.
A second by Trustee Robbins. We'll call on each trustee for discussion. Trustee Jackson.
No discussion at this time.
Thank you. Trustee Phillips.
No discussion.
Thank you. Trustee Brookins.
No discussion.
Thank you. Trustee Evans.
No discussion.
Thank you. Trustee Dar.
My apologies. I just dropped a bunch of papers. Can you please tell me what we're voting on right now? I couldn't hear what you said.
No, no worries. It's the one that you asked to pull from the agenda.
Okay.
The financial advisor services.
Okay.
Any discussion?
Only what I said earlier, in that I wish I had some more data to support this decision. To show that this is a good financial decision for the district, because even though, yes, we are tasked with focusing on student outcomes, and that is certainly something I much prefer to focus on, we are also responsible for making sure that we are using the taxpayers' money responsibly. And so that is where I don't know this company. I don't know any other company. That this is, again, like Jacinto said, I am not a financial planner specialist, but I am data driven, and with decisions such as this, I support Mr. Ball, I support Dr. Scrivener, but the data to support that allows me, the data that supports it allows me to help constituents better understand how we're using our money, and it is a part of the transparency of this process. And so that is where my issue lies, is just with this kind of blanket, with the one that passed a month ago. At least we had some data to support that. We don't have any data now. This is my left brain talking, by the way.
Thank you, Trustee Dar. Next, Trustee Robbins.
Well, again, I think we're being a little selective in when we need data and when we don't, because I think what I was asking for last meeting was to get additional data on our vendors, and that didn't go anywhere. So I don't know what changed this all of a sudden, but I don't have any discussion other than that.
Thank you, Trustee Robbins. Trustee Lebanos.
No discussion.
Trustee Paz.
Yeah, so it's just the same thing that I said during the last one, and repeating what Mr. Robbins said. We're being very selective about the data that we are expecting, and have had ample time prior to this to ask the administration for more information and for more data. And we've now spent a good 20 minutes talking about financial services contracts and energy contracts that the superintendent and the CFO, the experts, they will give us more money to educate kids. So we have a responsibility to support them and then hold them accountable for it. And that's how it works. That's what accountability is. When we start getting in the way of what it is that they say that they need to do and who they need to work with so that they can best execute our instructional program, then we really start going down a slippery slope. So, just staying on the same tune as the last comments that I made.
Thank you. And I don't have any discussion, so assuming there's no more discussion from Trustee Dorn.
Question?
Yes.
So if what is the process to instigate an RFP process? Is that something that, and this is a procedural question that I am unfamiliar with because we've never encountered this as a board since I've been on there, but I hear you, Trustee Robbins, and I hear you, Trustee Paz, and I think that your comments are valid. And what I'm wondering is if this is something that we need to look into over the next year, an RFP for something, or is that something that comes from leadership? Is that something the board requests? What's the process for this?
I'll have Mike Ball address this, but clearly that is under management's responsibility. And as you know, we do $800 million of general fund, and we bring things to the board multiple times a month at our board meetings. And most of the time, we are able to do that with some lead time, and once in a while, like in this case, we kind of got backed up to the 11th hour. But certainly that will not happen on either of these two items moving forward based on this conversation. But Mike, could you talk a little bit about the timeline on something like this?
Absolutely, Dr. Scribner. What we would probably about 3 to 4 months ahead of the expiration time put together a request for proposals, develop, enter into that what the board's desires are in terms of qualifications for a financial advisor, the methodology we would use to evaluate them, how would we score them, and then typically you would advertise that, allow about a month for people to process it and then respond back, and then probably allow another few weeks to evaluate the responses and then bring a recommendation to the board so that it could be executed prior to the expiration of this one, so that there would not be any time when the district would be without a financial advisor under contract. So probably October-ish, November, somewhere along in there, we would put something out on the street to request proposals if that's the desire of the board. Or the other option would be to come to the board with a renewal option at that same timeline. And if the board wants to renew, that we have 2 more years after this year. And at that point, the board could direct us to, hey, you need to go do an RFP, or we've seen the data and we're ready to renew what we have. That would be the options that the board would have. We would just need to bring that to the board earlier next year if that's the. So we hear you loud and clear that this is the 11th hour.
Thank you.
But see, again, this differs from our last meeting in that we had a 3-year extension and there was no discussion about it. There was no opportunity to ask for an RFP or do anything like that. And My only request was trying to get us to do an evaluation that would show us that we still got the best deal after 10 years, and nobody was interested. So I just find this kind of interesting.
Trustee Brookins?
Yeah, my concern is that listening to Mr. Ball and Dr. Scribner talk about the things that we have coming up that are already in place with the financial advisory team that we already have. I don't want to prolong anything that we already have going. However, if it does pass that we go with the same team, I will be watching. So we will need to hold this team accountable that they're going to do what they said they're going to do within this next year.
I feel compelled to add some context. And this was prior to the new trustees that are on with us. I'm glad this is being recorded so that it can be on the record. It was long conversations prior to about how long the previous financial advisor had been in the role without an RFP or an RFQ. There was a lot of concern from the board because of the racial equity work that we needed to have opportunities for firms that were people of color. Part of the context is that the CFO at the time found it necessary to have a big international bank share the space with a smaller company if they weren't an international group. And so that's how this came about. So with that said, that's the history and the context of a time when this is me admitting how I wasn't adhering to governance, and I was partaking in conversations that were too much in the weeds. And with that meaning that it was a big disruption of more conversations similar to here. We are adding minutes to a meeting that is not student outcomes focused. To be brutally honest with my colleagues and everyone, we have established a protocol to ask all of these questions prior to the board meeting. The reason why we adhere to Lone Star governance, and pulling items is obviously frowned upon. If it's something where something came about and we all missed it, it's to reduce the political nature of losing focus on student outcomes. And I feel compelled to just be 100% real too, the Trustee Robbins' point. If we do this for one group, I think we ought to set a policy that we do it for every contract, that it always be up for, so that it's not a pick and choose of last month's folks, they get a free ride, but other folks may not. That is what derails boards. And the boardroom that I walked into 8 years ago, it was like this. So this has me reflecting on the characteristics of a board that loses focus on student outcomes. And so I'm all about it. And maybe that's on me. I will be happy to take ownership of maybe not having communicated or not having reached out. But we set a process in place for a reason. And I'm glad actually that from last month to this month, we're having two very different conversations. And the only different one here is possibly providers. And so I am not scared to speak truth to, the influence and the perception of last month's versus, what's happening right now. And I'm happy to have the dialogue back and forth, and even more happy to have it publicly, so that we do create and we do maintain a focus on student outcomes versus what's happening right now. Any other questions or comments from my colleagues?
Yes, sir, President Ramos. So, and quickly, thank you for those comments. And just quickly to Trustee Robbins, you're not wrong, man. You weren't wrong last time either. I know personally, I felt like I had sufficient information to be able to make a good decision at last vote. This one, I would like to have a little bit more information. I do feel like Trustee Evans did present, a good statement there, and Trustee Jackson's sentiments as well. But saying all that to say, Trustee Robbins, you were not wrong at all, man, for wanting to know more information and make sure we're getting the best, getting the best companies in here and things like that. So just wanted to definitely tell you that you're not crazy. Trustee Jackson, I believe you raised your hand.
I did, but actually, Trustee Phillips summed it up pretty well. I think what we're asking for is for more information. There wasn't any information provided with Synergistics, and the contract is very complex. And so I think it's a good thing when we ask to be more educated. And I appreciate the fact that everybody was very, very civil here tonight, and that we all worked together, and that we're going to get some more information. And I think it's very important too that the company that we're talking about is not vilified here, or that anybody's saying there's anything wrong with this company. We're just asking for more information, and that's a good thing for this company because they can then show what they have done in Fort Worth ISD. So I just wanted to be real clear on that. But I want to thank everybody for working together tonight. It was a great meeting.
Thank you, Trustee Jackson. Any other? No, it looks like no other questions or comments. Oh, Trustee Luevanos?
On this item, the contract expires next month. So do we have enough time to get more data from this company between now and before the contract expires?
Trustee Luevanos, this contract on the financial advisor expires February 27th. And so there would be a time when we would not have a financial advisor under contract if we postpone this action.
Thank you.
Trustee Jackson?
Yes, thank you. I just want to clarify, I was referring to the energy contract because we've made a reference to all the both contracts tonight. I was referring to the energy contract, not the FA contract. Thank you, Trustee Luevanos, for clarification. Thank you, President Ramos.
Got it. So we will, looks like no other questions or comments from the board. We will move to vote. Trustee Jackson?
Yes.
Trustee Phillips? Yes. Trustee Brookins?
Yes.
Trustee Evans?
Yes.
Trustee Dar?
Yes.
Trustee Robbins?
No.
Trustee Luevanos?
Can we get clarification on what we're voting on?
Yeah, we're voting
to approve this contract, correct?
Correct. We're voting to approve.
I think.
Well, I thought we were voting to get more information.
Oh, no, we're voting. The motion was to approve the financial advisory services agreement renewal.
I apologize. Yes.
Okay. Trustee Luevanos?
Yes.
Trustee Paz?
Yes.
And I'm Trustee Ramos, and I vote yes. So the motion passes unanimously, 9-4, 0 against. 13B is personnel. We do not have any personnel items for tonight. We will be moving on to 14A, action agenda item, discussion and action to approve purchase of a nonprofit technical assistance contract to assist in redesigning the alternative education programs at Metro Opportunity High School and Middle Level Learning Center. Do I have a motion? So moved. Motion by Trustee Phillips. Do I have a second?
Second.
We have a second by Trustee Luevanos. Going to call on each trustee if you have any discussion. Trustee Jackson?
No discussion.
Trustee Phillips? No discussion. Trustee Brookins?
No discussion.
Trustee Evans?
No discussion.
Trustee Dar?
No discussion.
Trustee Robbins?
No discussion.
Trustee Paz? I'm sorry, Trustee Luevanos?
No discussion.
Trustee Paz?
I do have a little bit of discussion. So on the other side of our governance agreements, it's that we will have information well in advance. And we just received this updated agreement today. I'm going to support it, and I am, I'm fine with the agreement, but I just want to make, if after having that whole conversation that we just had, I also can't go through with this one without acknowledging that we did have last minute changes to this, and I would have missed them had I not checked my email prior to the meeting, which I usually don't do on Tuesdays. I try to save my brain capacity for the evening. So, yes, I'm going to approve it, but let's be better on both sides of our governance agreement.
And I don't have any discussion to add, so we'll move to vote. Trustee Jackson. Trustee Jackson, sorry, I didn't hear you.
Oh, I'm sorry, yes.
Okay. Trustee Phillips.
Yes.
Trustee Brookins.
Yes.
Trustee Evans.
Yes.
Trustee Dar.
Yes.
Trustee Robbins.
Yes.
Trustee Luevanos.
Yes.
Trustee Paz.
Yes.
And I'm Trustee Ramos, and I vote yes. The motion passes 9-4, 0 against. We will be moving on to 14B, which is discussion and action to approve second reading revisions to board policies CQ local, CQB local, and ELA local. Do I have a motion?
So moved.
Again.
So we have a motion by Trustee Phillips. We have a second by Trustee Paz. Call on each trustee if you have any discussion. Trustee Jackson.
Discussion.
Trustee Phillips.
No discussion.
Trustee Brookins.
No discussion.
Trustee Evans.
No discussion.
Trustee Dar.
No discussion.
Trustee Robbins.
No discussion.
Trustee Luevanos.
No discussion.
Trustee Paz.
No discussion.
And I have no discussion, so we'll move to vote. Please vote by saying yes, no, or abstain. Trustee Jackson.
Yes.
Trustee Phillips.
Yes.
Trustee Brookins.
Yes.
Trustee Evans.
Yes.
Trustee Dar.
Yes.
Trustee Robbins.
Yes.
Trustee Luevanos.
Yes.
Trustee Paz.
Yes.
And I'm Trustee Ramos, and I vote yes. Motion passes 9-4 and 0 against. Next one is 14C, discussion and action to approve contract between Fort Worth Independent School District and a behavioral health service provider. Do I have a motion?
So moved.
Second. Motion by Trustee Dar. We have a second. Was that Trustee Phillips?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so we have a motion by Trustee Dar. We have a second by Trustee Phillips. Gonna call on each trustee for discussion. Trustee Jackson.
No discussion.
Trustee Phillips.
No discussion.
Trustee Brookins.
No discussion.
Trustee Evans.
No discussion.
Trustee Dar.
No discussion.
Trustee Robbins.
No discussion.
Trustee Luevanos.
No discussion.
Trustee Paz.
No discussion.
Trustee Ramos and I have no discussion. We'll please move the vote by yes saying yes, no, or abstain. Trustee Jackson.
Yes.
Trustee Phillips.
Yes.
Trustee Brookins.
Yes.
Trustee Evans.
Yes.
Trustee Dar.
Yes.
Trustee Robbins.
Yes.
Trustee Luevanos.
Yes.
Trustee Paz.
Yes.
And I'm Trustee Ramos, and I will be abstaining. I have supported the team through MASBA and CUBE. Motion passes 8-4 and 1 abstention. Moving to D, which is discussion and action to approve proposed administrative compliance order on consent, United States Environmental Protection Agency, Region 6, docket number RCRA 06-2020-0965 in the matter of Fort Worth Independent School District. Do I have a motion?
So moved.
Motion by Trustee Paz. Do we have a second?
Second.
Second by Trustee Phillips. I'm going to call on each trustee for any discussion. Trustee Jackson,
No discussion.
trustee Phillips,
No discussion.
trustee Brookins,
No discussion.
trustee Evans,
No discussion.
trustee Dar,
No discussion.
trustee Robbins,
No discussion.
trustee Luevanos,
No discussion.
trustee Paz.
No discussion.
I'm trustee Ramos, and I have no discussion to add. Will please move the vote. Please say yes, no, or abstain. Trustee Jackson,
Yes.
trustee Phillips,
Yes.
Brookins,
Yes.
trustee Evans,
Yes.
Dar,
Yes.
trustee Robbins,
Yes.
trustee Luevanos,
Yes.
trustee Paz,
Yes.
and I'm trustee Ramos, and I vote yes. Motion passes 9-4-0 against. Moving on to E, discussion and action to approve resolution of the Fort Worth Independent School District Board of Trustees authorizing continued wage payments pursuant to board policy DEA local. Do I have a motion?
So move.
So we have a motion by, I believe, trustee Jackson, a second by, is that a second by you, trustee Luevanos?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so we have a motion by trustee Jackson, a second by trustee Luevanos. Call on each trustee if you have any discussion. Trustee Jackson,
Just want to thank staff for bringing this forward.
thank you. Trustee Phillips,
No discussion.
trustee Brookins,
No discussion.
trustee Evans,
No discussion.
trustee Dar,
No discussion.
trustee Robbins,
No discussion.
trustee Luevanos,
No discussion.
trustee Paz,
No discussion.
and I have no discussion. Please move the vote. Please say yes, no, or abstain. Trustee Jackson,
Yes.
trustee Phillips,
Yes.
trustee Brookins,
Yes.
trustee Evans,
Yes.
trustee Dar,
Yes.
trustee Robbins,
Yes.
trustee Luevanos,
Yes.
trustee Paz,
Yes.
and trustee Ramos, and I vote yes. Motion passes 9-4-0 against. Dr. Scribner, would you mind reading the item?
I would be happy to, President Ramos. The resolution of the Fort Worth Independent School District Board of Trustees pursuant to Board Policy DEA Local. Whereas the board is authorized by Texas Education Code 45.105 to expend funds of the Fort Worth Independent School District for purposes necessary in the conduct of the public schools as determined by the board. Whereas the board acknowledges that during an emergency closing, most district employees are instructed not to report to work. Whereas the board finds that a need exists to address wage payments for employees who are idled. Whereas the board determines that employees who are instructed not to report to work may suffer a loss of pay if the district is closed. Whereas the board concludes that continuing wage payments to all eligible district employees, designated non-exempt full-time employees in the district municipal uniform information system, MUNIS, who suffer a loss in pay due to an emergency closing, serves the public purposes of maintaining morale, reducing turnover, and ensuring continuity of district staffing when schools reopen. Whereas, as to non-exempt employees who are called on to work during an emergency closing, the board further concludes that payment of these employees at a premium rate as provided in this resolution serves the public purposes of maintaining morale, providing equity between idled employees and employees who provide emergency-related services, and recognizing the services of essential staff. And whereas the board acknowledges that the superintendent of schools can define and declare emergency closings related but not limited to disaster, flood, extreme weather conditions, fuel curtailments, and other calamities, and that the superintendent has in fact declared such for February 11th, 2021, February 15th through February 19th, 2021, and February 22nd and 23rd, 2021. Now, therefore, it be resolved that the Board of Trustees of the Fort Worth Independent School District authorizes continued wage payments to eligible district employees designated non-exempt full-time employees in the district municipal uniform information system, MUNIS, for February 11th, February 15th, 19th, through the 19th, 2021, and February 22nd and 3rd, 2021, Be it further resolved that non-exempt employees who are required to work during emergency closing shall be paid at a premium rate of 1.5 times their regular rate of pay for all hours worked up to 40 hours per week. Overtime for time worked over 40 hours in a week shall be calculated and paid according to the law. The authority granted by this resolution to continue wage payments for idled employees is effective for an emergency closure declared by the superintendent of schools within the next 60 days, unless the board takes action to extend authorization and payment beyond the 60-day time period. Adopted this 23rd day of February 2021 by the Board of Trustees, to be signed by Mr. Jacinto Ramos Jr., Board President, and Mr. Anael Luevanos, Board Secretary and Treasurer.
Thank you, Dr. Scribner. We will now move on to item number 15, which is comments by board members and or superintendent on current district activities and or announcements. We'll begin with Trustee Jackson.
Thank you, President Ramos. I want to brag a minute on our District 3 trustee, Trustee Phillips. You have a great teacher over at West Hanley Elementary. Sarah Russell organized with a group out of Indianapolis, and I know you already know this. They drove down 13 hours, and it's called Hood to Hood, and they served over 1,000 families. And the reason I'm talking about it is it just happened that they were on the Eastern Hills High School campus as part of the pyramid. All of the Eastern Hills High School principals, Trina Smith, Pillard, and Manning were there, as well as Julie Monahan, the principal in District 3 at West Hanley. And so nice to see the video of our staff engaging with kids they hadn't seen in 3, 4, 5, 7 days, and just elated to see them and to see the kids so happy to see them. So, you know, those schools are only about 3 blocks apart. So we had a good showing in the 2nd and 3rd districts. So I just wanted to say thanks to the whole team and give you a shout out too, sir.
Thank you, Trustee Jackson. Trustee Phillips.
Indeed. Thank you, President Ramos. And you already know Trustee Jackson, Eastside Pride. You know, we together on that. I wish I could take any credit for that. That is completely all of them. So kudos to them. And I alluded to it earlier in some earlier comments, but I'm telling you, I just cannot thank Fort Worth ISD employees enough. Like, just, I mean, if it's not one thing, it's another. It keeps hitting, but y'all keep rising to the challenge each time. Seriously, y'all. I mean, everyone, teachers, custodians, facilities management, superintendent, A-team, all of you guys. I mean, everyone really just continues to rise to the challenge every time we hit with something. We're keeping the students first. We're making common sense, good decisions for our students and families, feeding folks in the midst of everything that continues to happen. I just cannot shower enough praise on everyone for continuing to do a job well done and continuing to make sure that we're putting our families first and taking care of the business we got to do. So thank you for persevering through every single thing that we've been hit with lately. Keep it going, and I'm very, very proud of each and every one of you. I'm proud to be a part of this team in any way.
Thank you, Trustee Phillips. Next, we have Trustee Brookins.
Yeah, Trustee Phillips took that last line, took it right out of my mouth. I'm definitely proud to be a part of the Fort Worth ISD family, not just the trustees, but the whole family. And the work that they did was so awesome. And you know, they didn't have to be out there, but they were. And I also want to thank God that all of you made it safely through the storm. And I wanted to thank CJ and her family for I was stuck, and their family brought water and made sure that I was okay. And I got calls from some of you all, and thank you for looking out for me during this time. So just wanted to say thank you, and I'm just very proud.
Thank you. Next, we have Trustee Evans.
Thank you. Just a few meetings ago, I believe it was before Christmas, I can't remember when, we retained a public adjuster, and it was on consent, and it kind of just got passed through, and it was to help us with our building portfolio and potential insurance claims. And I would like to thank the staff that put that RFQ out and got that agreement in place timely. What happened last week was detrimental, not just to some of our buildings, but our staff's foresight put us light years ahead in terms of getting back our buildings back on track from the storms and saving us time and money. And that ultimately goes to student outcomes. So I just wanted to thank the staff.
Next, we have Trustee Dar.
Thank you, President Ramos. First, I'd like to just acknowledge that all of us have spoken so far on something different. There's that much good that's happening in Fort Worth ISD. So that's exciting. Secondly, I'd like to thank Dr. Scribner for his continued advocacy for teachers and staff at the statewide level to receive vaccinations for COVID. And I appreciate that you're continuing that fight and to speak up as an advocate for our teachers and our staff. And please know that I fully support you. I am on board. And if there's anything I can do, please let me know, because I want to be on that train. Thirdly, I had the privilege of attending the Multicultural Education Institute, which happened on Saturday, February 13th and Monday, February 15th. And it was fantastic. It was amazing. It was inspiring. It was profound. It was engaging. It was invigorating. It was fantastic. And I would like to thank personally all of the people that were a part of the process of putting that together. Mr. Jerry Moore, Dr. Marcy Sorensen, Joe Nagella, John Fernandez, Kathleen Hall, Michelle Hall, Javier Pantoja, Patricia Smith, Dwelenda Alexander, Tran Lay, Julie Silva, Clarice Rangel, Oleanka Ojo, Dr. Gabriel Huddleston from TCU. He is a professor at TCU, and also Dr. Scott Kurashige, also from TCU, the Fort Worth Divisions of Academics, Equity and Excellence, and Innovation. It was a fantastic conference, and I am so pleased that I was able to participate. And I will tell you, the bad weather worked in my advantage in that respect, because all my kids' activities got canceled that day, and I got to go. So it was a great event. Thank you so much for making that happen.
Thank you, Trustee Dart. Trustee Robbins.
Thank you, President Ramos. I would like to echo our appreciation to all of our staff for doing yeoman service during this extraordinary weather event. I would particularly like to thank our staff for the fabulous communications that they did. They went above and beyond in keeping us all apprised of what was going on. They kept our staff apprised of what was going on, and I'm very grateful for that. I think that builds trust, and trust is so important with our Fort Worth ISD family that we just have to keep doing that. So I thank everyone that was part of that.
Thank you, Trustee Robbins. Trustee Luevanos.
Thank you, President Ramos. I would like to also thank Dr. Scribner, Karen Molinaro, and the rest of the team, and all the principals and teachers who were checking on their students, the custodians who were cleaning on our campuses right after it was safe for them to drive. So I want to thank all of them. I will also like to thank all the teachers, volunteers, and alumni who spoke on behalf of the INA students and their families. Like Dr. Scribner mentioned, I am a proud former student of INA. Thanks for your commitment to these students. I agree and understand that we should have a central location to maintain the culture and the environment of excellence of the International Newcomers Academy. Thank you, teachers, for preparing us to be successful in high school, college, grad school, and also in life. So my full support for this community. I was a student there. It's not just a school. It's not a program, it's a school, and it's a family that you have when you attend INA. So I invite all of my colleagues who have not been to INA. I encourage you, all of you, to attend INA and see how well we get along as a student of INA.
Thank you.
Thank you, Trustee Luevanos, and thank you for sharing that with all of us. Trustee Paz?
Yeah, so I'd like to just, echo what everyone else has said as far as their gratefulness to our staff and our committee for the way that they've shown up. And also, I would like to acknowledge Dr. Scribner and our operations and safety team for the decision that they made 2 weeks ago to close schools. I know that it was not a popular decision off the bat. I know that a lot of people were frustrated and scratching their heads, but you literally saved lives that day. And we had a catastrophic event here in our city where we lost people. Some of our staff members even had family that were involved and who perished in that accident. And it's going to take some time for our community to heal, but we have people who are part of our Fort Worth ISD family who are still alive today because of your bold decision. And you have shown that time and again over the last year, really. And I just really want to not close this meeting without acknowledging that. So thank you. And I'm definitely praying for everyone as they recover and heal from not only that accident, but also the weather events from this last week.
Thank you, Trustee Paz. Dr. Scribner.
Yes, I too want to recognize many people, our maintenance staff, our custodial staff, our safety and security, our teachers, everyone who helped us pull through, our school site administrators, our district office folks, everyone who helped us pull through this historic storm and resulting power and water crisis. But mostly I'd like to recognize our Deputy Superintendent, Karen Molinar, who directed our recovery with exceptional precision, with thoroughness and professionalism. And one of the best decisions I've made is promoting her to Deputy Superintendent because she's flourished and is making everyone around her better. I do want to apologize, though. I shared with several of you that I'm in my 19th year of superintendency and had never called a snow day before. Granted, the first 13 were in Phoenix, Arizona, but I went from 0 in 19 years to 8 snow days. We went to school on Friday to distribute those computers, but eight now. So I will keep my mouth shut moving forward.
Thank you, Dr. Scribner. Mine's to Trustee Jackson's point, and to Trustee Dars, I mean, the diversity, the rich conversation, even the continued dialogue is awesome for me to be a part of. And I do have to create a space for acknowledging that we laid to rest my shepherd, my priest, Father Stephen Hassel. Appreciate my colleague, Trustee Luevanos, also being there with us yesterday, and just wanted to bring him to the forefront because we had honored him as a board in the past. Commonly well known, he was a huge supporter of education and young people, and forever grateful that my shepherd, my leader, my guide, my spiritual guide, convinced me or really just kind of gave me that final nudge back in 2013 to sign up for something as rowdy as being a school board trustee. So creating that space for the amazing human being and the shepherd, and knowing he had a relationship with a lot of us in the district and a huge supporter of us. With that, my friends, the time is 10:12 p.m. Our board meeting is officially over. Everyone stay safe. Bye-bye.